fake Donald Trump had been taken to the, they have been posting what looked like comments by him on Truth Social, but the actual fake Trump has not appeared before the press since that time. But the important thing to notice here is that immediately after he disappeared, the U.S. military announced a peace agreement with Iran that basically, meant a complete surrender. Then, after that, the people behind the fake Trump started issuing comments on Truth Social, and then have this Karen Levitt say that, oh no, this is a non-starter, we can't do this. And then the Israelis attacked Lebanon to make it the point that there is no peace agreement with Iran. Well, no, there's no peace agreement between Israel and the Zionists and Iran, but the U.S. military has reached a peace agreement, and they will not be attacking Iran on behalf of the Zionists. So what's happening is the remnant Zionists are going to be basically doing a Masada, and fight to the death, because they cannot believe that the creator of the universe didn't give them the right to enslave us all. And they're going to go down hard. They're like rabid dogs. There's nothing else you can do about it. Listen to this Professor Marandi from Iran explain why the Iranians cannot negotiate with the Zionists.
And one major problem, of course, is that Trump may not even be in charge. If it is the Israeli regime and the Zionist lobby in the United States that are running the show, then negotiating with the United States is futile. So there are multiple reasons why the Iranians are not negotiating right now. One is, of course, experience. We had an agreement with the United States, the nuclear deal of 2015. Trump tore it up. Then we were negotiating last year, and as we were negotiating, the United States was quietly conspiring against Iran, and then they launched a war. And of course, for this war we saw the same thing. We saw negotiations, and then the Omani foreign minister said there was progress, and then we had a sudden attack. So that is, these are other reasons why we don't feel it's of any use to negotiate with Trump. But there's this added issue, and that is that who is in charge of the White House? Who is the real boss?
So basically, they turn around and they stab you in the back. And they've been doing this for a long time. You can ask the First Nations of the United States about how many treaties have been broken, or anyone else who does a treaty with these people. They're just not to be trusted. And here you can listen to Professor Jeffrey Sachs, speak for the majority of the thinking people in North America and the world about this regime. So now they have sent their Jared Kushner and Witkoff and these clowns to Pakistan to supposedly negotiate something. They're not in a position to negotiate anything. Those are hunted people and war criminals, and their whole fake show is going to be unplugged, and people, the secret handlers behind it, like Leo Zagami, are going to be exposed. The idea of having actors pretending to be a government instead of actual representatives of the people is just not going to be allowed to continue. And the U.S. military, very wisely knows that you don't pick a fight you're going to lose, and you don't fight for a cause that's not just. If they were fighting to actually protect Americans, nobody in the world could beat them ever. But if they're going to steal oil or something for criminals, then they don't have the right on their side, and that has big effects. Here's a very interesting video put out by the Iranians showing their version of what happened to the Special Forces attack on Iran. That basically, this is what caused the American military to pull the plug on any more moves against Iran. But watch it, because it's very interesting. So all these highly trained, very intelligent warriors were wasted by idiots, okay? And that's the point of the U.S. military. Like the greatest fighters on earth working for a bunch of criminal thugs. Well, those days are over. The U.S. military is now working, as is supposed to be the case, for the American people. This whole charade is unraveling in full time, and maybe the best example is the fake moon flight that's now being put on our screens. I think they're obviously trying to say, hey, guess what, everybody? We never went to the moon, and NASA is a film studio. I mean, they even said in their press conference that this would be the first time people are going to the moon at an official press conference. So if it's the first time, then what happened with the Apollo missions? Take a look at these videos showing how it seems to me they're literally coming out of the closet to say this is all a movie studio. It's a sign that some kind of big push to open things up is happening.
What's up, folks? Welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm joined with Gene Decode. Always an interesting podcast with Gene. Every single time. People love these podcasts. I'm just kind of in awe of the people turning on Trump, specifically the podcasters, Candace, Alex, Megan Kelly.
That was easy too. That's part of the movie. Candace, Tucker.
Do you explain that? Do you are they compromised, or are they they part of it?
No, it's part of the movie. What they're going to do, and Margie Taylor Greene's part of this, to develop another party, because the Democrat Party is going to go away, and you need something for people to go to. So it's going to split MAGA because some people are unhappy, so they have a place to go. Then
Whoa! This is part of the Trump plan?
Yes, it's part of the plan.
What? Okay, I didn't see this coming. So
control the opposition. So now you set up another party. Then after the next presidential election comes in, they merge back together into one party, and everybody's backing the MAGA again. So it's all part of, it's for those that are unhappy, that can't understand what's going on with Iran and Israel and all of whatever, whatever they're upset about, whether it's what's going on within the United States, what's going on the Straits of Hormuz, whatever it is, they're upset. It gives them another place to go. And Candace is completely read in. She has got intel coming at her like freaking crazy. As far as
this is all theater.
Yes. As far as Alex Jones, he's a savant, selective. And so he has sources that give him intel to steer him in a certain way. He's not read in, but he's steered. And so they're steering him and giving Candace the intel and Tucker the intel. He's read in, not as high as Candace, but Candace is way read in. And so it's all part of the script of the movie. I love it.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You're telling me Candace and Marjorie Taylor Greene, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, Megan Kelly are all read in. They're part of the operation.
Yep.
It can look like MAGA's divided, but it's all theater.
Yep. Add in Nick Fuentes in there too.
Okay, so I fell for it. I feel like an idiot now. This actually makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. Too many years of the military. I've seen this show before on the submarines. When the officers play one division against another, one department. I've seen this one before.
Wow. All right. So that kind of threw me for, I really was starting to believe. This gives me a different perspective. That's why I like having you on, Gene.
You're welcome. And you'll see it all happen. It'll all play out, and it's just like with Elon, where he and Elon had a big spat and they separated, and Elon said he's in the Epstein files. Yeah, he is. Because Epstein hated him.
What did that achieve with Elon? I'm still trying. What did that theater achieve with Elon?
That was to get people, because Trump can't go and use the Epstein files. It's leverage, for one thing, against leaders all over the world and all kinds of other people too. Pretty much bankers, you name it. Most of the famous people in the world are in that list. Not like Trump either, and Elon, where they're mentioned because they're not liked. And, because he had Epstein arrested and, he testified and he had him thrown out of Mar-a-Lago and all his compounds. Not like that. You got most of these people in there because they went to Zorro Ranch and the island and New York, his place, like you saw Prince Andrew, all of that. So they are really deep in it. And so the red folder is what that he got to each certain leaders of the world is their script to follow based on, in some cases they have leverage over them. In some cases it's an actor. Here's your script. So, and if it's part of the alliance, like Putin, Xi, and Trump, it's, okay, when I do this, you'll do that. When we do this, you do that. And Modi, they're all four part of that, of the World Alliance.
I mean, the way the way they all responded, I mean, Candace was on a vacation. She went back into the office and got on it immediately. Alex Jones now is really going full throttle, full retard on this. And it just looks like, I don't know, it looks like they took it very serious. Or you're saying this is an act? Yeah,
it's an act. They're good too, aren't they? Alex Jones is not an act. He's being played. He gets intel. They steer him. They know he's a selective savant who can't keep his mouth shut with intel at all. So he's given certain intel to get wind up and get all of it. So, that's what he does really well.
So this is like the WWE. This is like what we're watching is behind the scenes. Look, here's your script. We're going to do this. And the whole objective is to do what? Further. Okay, so it looks like it's dividing MAGA, but why wouldn't they want MAGA stronger than ever right now?
You don't want that because it's going to naturally divide anyway. You've got to control the division.
Control the division.
Yep.
Okay, this makes sense.
If you've got a huge rock in this, it's going to split the river in half. You want to control how that rock splits the river in half. So you put a rock further upstream that'll split it before it gets to that other rock, and you're in control of how long that rock's there.
So the Democrats not having anywhere to go will join Candace, Alex, Tucker, right? I mean, is that what they want?
That's exactly it.
Wow. Okay. And then the objective would be to then funnel them into another right-wing party, or that would merge with MAGA?
Later on, come the next presidential elections in 2028. Yes. Exactly. And it all throws back in. Okay, now everything goes back into.
But I mean, it was pretty brutal what Trump said. They have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it, and everyone else knows it.
Yeah, I mean, Trump's the greatest troll on earth. Oh, Tucker's stupid, and he didn't even finish this, and he didn't go to college. He didn't finish college. It's like, really good at trashing people, and then they trash back, and it's a big, it's just like like you said, championship wrestling. Okay, and now in the ring is the Hammer, and he's got the Don on the ropes, and Don is down, he's back up. It's like, I love this movie. It's hilarious.
Wow. Okay. So the only one that really, you're right. The one that really looks like they're taking this very personal is Alex. He's on a tirade now. He's going all in.
Yep. Because
so maybe he's not acting.
What's that?
So you're saying Alex is the one that actually took the bait?
Yeah, he's not read in. He's just being used as, a useful person that, can't keep his mouth shut, so you can't trust him with intel, so they give him what they want to steer him and get him upset and aim him like a missile in a certain direction.
Wow. I mean, this is a different perspective.
Yeah, we had people like that on the ship. If you said something, they'd spin up, and exactly how they'd spin up, and you'd use it. We called them a screen, an something screen, so if you had a little situation in your division or department, and you didn't want the command to be focused on you, you go to somebody else in another department that had a terrible mouth and no control over it, and say something, and they'd spin all over the place and attract the attention, and like the nail be sticking up of everything else, and then the command would be looking over there, and you could fix your problem before it got noticed.
So like a controlled demolition.
Yes, exactly. Look over. It's just like when you got somebody on the ropes, you hit them with the right, so they're not looking at the left. Then you knock them out with the left.
Yeah. I mean, of course, this is why I can believe this. And of course, at such a high level with where we're at in the country right now, they would be using this type of theater or psychological warfare, right? This is what they would do.
Yes. I mean, everything you see is this way.
And then you'll have Democrats feeding Marjorie, Alex, Candace info, right?
Exactly, because they think, all right, MAGA's dividing. Finally, yay, we got an opening, and they're breaking away, and we'll feed them all this information and stuff and steer them. We can steer them in our direction and get them to back the stuff we want. Yeah, that's because you're stupid.
This makes all the sense in the world to me.
No, that can't be it. Gene can't be right. No way.
I think I buy this. I think this makes a lot of sense to me because, you can look at they just look like they're really flustered and bothered by this. But hey, man, it's easy to act, right? I mean,
yes.
This is why. I mean, I can understand this for sure. Art of war, right?
Yes. And literally everything you see going on in the world, like let's take the young man revealing all of the corruption in Minnesota and now in Los Angeles with over 100 and what is it? Oh, it's 211 hospices are shut down because of, and that young man is being used by the Alliance to do that.
Are you talking about Nick Shirley?
Yeah, Nick Shirley. Because you can't have the government, Trump, and people that work with Trump going and showing that. As they're saying, oh, he's using legal warfare. He's going after his opponents. He's going after Gavin Newsom because Gavin Newsom will probably run for president. So he's making him look terrible and all of this. No, you get this young man. I mean, come on. You really think this young man knew something that the FBI didn't know? I mean, they know everything. They track everything. What Snowden said about how much we're tracked, that was back then. Compared to now, you have no privacy anywhere. All the smart devices, your telephone, your iPhone, your refrigerator, your oven, your doorbell, all of that is monitoring everything all the time. Your car, it's taking pictures and videos, and the 5G is transparent to everything in the whole build house and everything down into underneath the skin even. I mean, the level of surveillance is off the chart. That you really think the FBI doesn't, and NSA doesn't tap into that? Of course, and they knew about all this stuff. And with Doge and what Elon, he found all that. But they can't go because the Democrats will scream and the deep state, whoa, they're doing legal warfare like they did on Trump, where they arrested him and did all this stuff. So they get somebody to do it. Just like with the Epstein files, they can't say that we grabbed all this when we went to Epstein Island, because they would be screaming, "Oh, that was illegal! You can't do that! Blah blah blah! That's foreign, land, property, blah blah blah." So what they did is Aaron Schwartz, the internet's boy, who hacked into MIT, where all the entire internet goes through, and now downloaded 900. I think, or it was 9,000, something like that. It was an astronomical number of pages per second. He got everything. It was showing flags all over the world and countries and their military and secrets and all kinds of stuff. Well, they got everything on Epstein and all the deep state's blackmail back into the 15th century. When the British had the tea and all of that, and there was actually bringing human trafficking, like same with the oil tankers now. So now they have all that blackmail forever, and they said, we got it when the military, we got flagged. All the countries were kind of, oh my goodness. So the military went in, grabbed all his stuff, and they got it all. Well, it just happened to be with this stuff. So the deep state can't say you got it illegally. That's legal. They got it inside the United States by a breach into the military security complex. I mean, you're talking missile codes and stuff. They have to get that. So, in the football codes and all that. So he hacked it all. And so they go and get him. So that's exactly what you see going on with Putin and Xi when they get upset with Trump. It's the same thing.
Putin and Xi are also part of. I've heard Putin at least is a strong ally to Trump. Is there any truth in that?
Yeah, Putin, Trump, Xi, and Modi are all in this together.
To take down the deep state. The deep state is what? It's comprised of, when we say they, we're talking about bankers, families, correct? We're talking about families and bankers. That when we say they, that's who it is. They're the ones that fund all sides, control the money.
Well, at the top, you're going into the Vatican. And at the top of the Vatican, you're going into the Orsinis and the Black and the Gray Pope. The Gray Pope being Pepe Orsini. And then beyond that, above that, you're going into the non-terrestrial. More and more non-terrestrial hybrids. Like, that's why they're breaking the hybrid story with Matt Gaetz at Crestview. Said had a contact at Crestview that told him about the hybrid program. That's why that's being broke, because that's the next order of power of the deep state, going beyond the strictly mankind level. They're going into the hybrids. So
the interdimensional intruders.
Yes. And so that's why
they're not from other planets, Gene. They're from other dimensions, correct?
All of the above.
All the above.
Yeah. So, it's, if you like where you had J.D. Vance say that all non-terrestrials are demons. No. What about angels? They're non-terrestrials too. They're not fallen though. You have fallen ones, but you have ones that are not fallen too, that are working with us. And then you've got the regular non-terrestrials, you've got ultra-dimensionals, you've got cross-timeline non-terrestrials, you've got us from the future, saying do not go down the changing your genome, infiltrating yourself with all kinds of tech. Do not nanotech all this. Do not do that. We cannot come back from what we did. You still can't. Stop it now. So you got all of that at play right now at the same, whilst, as the great Gonzo would say, whilst and at the same time.
In a race to 2030.
Right.
Why 2030? Why 2030, Gene?
Because it's just shortly before the CME and the Ascension. That's why, what's the last thing on the cue board?
Lights out.
Nope.
The darkness, 10 days of darkness, right?
Ascension. The last word posted was ascension. And it's about ascension.
I think a lot of people are ascending now and they're ahead of the game. I kind of feel like I'm a little more elevated than most people.
Yes. And when humans learn the power of our DNA and what you can do, like Christ said, but a mustard seed, what he did compared to what we will, not what we can, what we will do, meaning it is already there. And so this is some of the secrets the great mystery schools of the Masons and that have hidden from us. The power of envisioning as is, not in the future. You do it as is. And there's quite a few things out on that now where you say, okay, you don't say, I see this coming. You say, this is this way now. And you imagine it and you act as if it already is that way, and you will manifest it.
That's what I did in boxing easily, 36-0. I knew I was going to be undefeated.
Yes.
So I understand visualization. It's nothing I had to work on. I just believed it.
Yes, it's a power. Literally, what they say is man's imagination is the voice of God. So when we imagine something as done, that goes right back into the quantum and comes right back out as so. It's instantaneous. It starts to manifest immediately. So it's the power of that. And then the power that we have to learn is to unprogram the fact when it doesn't happen right away, why not? Why not? Because the mind control, the Mark Ultra mind control done on us for thousands of years, we're in our own way.
So
we think the illusion that they foisted on us is real. It's not real. It's an illusion. All this deep state and all this other stuff and our lack of power and our lack of this and that lack of, that's all an illusion. We have absolute power given to us by God. The new Novus is new, Ordo is world, Seclorum is Ordo is order, Seclorum world. So new order of the world, or the new world order. And e pluribus unum means from the many one. It's to say that from all the religions and everything, they'll gather everything together into one autonomous thing, slave camp, in other words. But, that's part of their mysteries. And then you've got the 13 levels of the pyramid with 72 stones, the 72 names of Lucifer, Satan, Beelzebub, Mephistopheles, etc. And then you've got a white rose and a red rose on each side. You've got 13 13s on the back of the dollar bill. 13 symbols of 13. So you got like the 13 layers of the pyramid. The straits are Hormuz. So they said, okay, we're not going to agree with this. Iran said, nope. So Trump said, okay, I'll close the Strait of Hormuz. So they, because Britain, Starmer, who's just a useless fool for the deep state, he's just, nope, we're not going to help you. Fine. We close it so nobody gets injured. And now all of the tankers go through the Panama Canal or up through the Atlantic to through the Gulf of America to get their oil. But a lot of those oil tankers do not have oil in them. They have people in them. So now in Beijing and a few other big ports in China, you have tens of thousands of people walking off the docks into empty buildings in China because they were being trafficked. And now the ships are just going to sit there because they don't have oil, and they're not going to go and take people or organs to the Gulf of America. So it's revealing, it's shutting down the human trafficking in one fell swoop.
The Strait of Hormuz was used for human trafficking.
Massively.
All the tankers are now going to the Gulf of Mexico or America right now, right? That's where all the business is going now.
Yeah, hundreds, 121 absolutely, I know for sure right now are empty and heading to get our oil.
Wow. Genius move by Trump, right?
Yeah. Drill, baby, drill. And now you got a place to sell it. And it's going to be sold in millions of barrels a day. And our economy is going to go through the ceiling. We are now, and then we're taking out Venezuela, and they're doing the deal with us. And that oil goes to us and stopping what's going on with Cuba. Because if you look at Cuba, to get into the Bay of the Gulf of America, one way or another, you got to go past Cuba. Whether you go up over it or down under it, you go past Cuba. It's a choke point island. So you neutralize that. You get Venezuela's oil and our oil, and we have it all. And then every single tanker on Earth goes through to us.
And that's why we're going to go after Cuba next, right?
Yes. And it's already, power's down and all kinds of stuff, so they can't do anything. And their leader said, okay, we'll come to the table. So he's already somewhat capitulated. So he got that, so it's safe. And he showed what the Cuban special forces protecting Maduro can't do, which is everything. They can't do anything at all. There's nothing they can do to stop it. Plus what's going on in Iran with the guys jumping out of the aircraft at night with no chutes. Hundreds and hundreds of special forces jumping out of the aircraft at night with no chutes at all. And they're going, what in the world? And then just before they hit the ground, their suits activate and they slow down to a stop just before they hit land and take off running, and it pushes them. The anti-gravity starts to push them up to 90 miles an hour. They're running at 90 miles an hour. Then they run down into the ground through the tunnels at 90 miles an hour, and the bullets and nothing can hit them, and the particle weapons can't touch them. I mean, this is the technology we have. Those smart suits that they have. Well, not smart suits, but
I want one of those. It's like a superhero suit.
Yeah, superhero suit. You can't be hit by anything. Not a particle weapon, a directed energy weapon, a regular weapon, explosive devices. You could jump out of a plane at 40,000 feet and just glide to a stop just before you hit to the ground and just poo, and then you land, you take off. It pushes you up to 90 miles an hour. Because it's just the
So do other countries know we have this technology, and is that why they're so easy to bring to the table now? Does Trump? I mean, are we showing them behind the scenes what we can do to them?
Oh, for them, that's not behind the scenes. They're seeing it up front personal. They're seeing that. They see that we have that technology. And this is all based on tech that is really, really super advanced. It uses nano diamonds. Just as a gel. You'd be a shapeshifter.
All of this is quantum. Is that how they shapeshift? Is that what? Wow. So
yeah. It's the same thing that the non-terrestrials use, but they have it naturally in their skin. This is the gel now we can wipe on and shapeshift into anything you want.
Why am I finding this so easy to believe?
What's that?
I find this so easy to believe. It makes so much sense to me.
Yeah. You talk about the mask. This is the ultimate. Now you can shapeshift to look like anyone or anything. You can literally stop in front of a doorway and look like a door. People go, where'd he go?
So you're able to control others' perception of you.
Mm-hmm. Just like you look at your TV and it looks 3D and you have a picture and I see Nino and you could put somebody else on the screen. I see somebody else. I could see, Scott McKay or Michael Jaco. Well, that's just light coming through the 5G into my computer and being translated. Same thing. The diamonds and the nanotech picks it all up and then it manifests it as the gel manifests it, and you become whatever it is. And it can be sent directly from the thoughts of the person. So they can just say, boom. Okay.
That's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
The deep underground tunnels, the bases, we had to clean that out first. That's what came first in this fight, right? We had to clear out that kind of underground infrastructure.
Yes. So they cleared it out in our country, in Canada, this continent. Then they're clearing out the Middle East now. So they're clearing out a lot of the missile attacks and things you see going to United Arab Emirates, from Iran, to the Saudis, to, for example, some people don't know, went to Quran. What did that used to be? That's right near, an area that is literally where, and there's tunnel systems there that go to Mount Hermon. What's Mount Hermon? Well, that's where the fallen angels came, and they have a city buried under there where they sacrificed to Baal. So it's cleaning this ancient stuff. So they hit it with a missile. That's in the Gaza Strip area is where it is. They say, oh, that's the Israelis doing that. No, it's not. Not this time. Oh, it was Iran doing it. Yeah, it looks like that. But it's the white hats cleaning out stuff. So yes, they are hitting Saudi and they are hitting, Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates and all these other places, but also, like they hit our bases earlier. But our bases, they told us that we're going to hit your base at this day at this time. So we took all our people out of there. Why are we doing that? Because we're getting out of the Middle East. None of our business. We're going to create a peace there. We're going to get rid of the deep state, of the Iranian rule by the deep state for over 50 years, way more than 50 years. And that's a Christian country. And, all the many, Persian is the correct term, not Iranian, are saying, Trump, keep going. Okay, we lose 1,000 or 2,000 because of friendly fire. In 1 week, under this regime, back at this date, they executed 40,000 of us in the street. They cut women in half. This has been going on year after year. This is nothing compared to what they've done to us. Get us free. We are willing to suffer and take because they lined Iran is nothing but a terrorist regime. They lined up people around the power plants and around the oil refineries, people for human shields for it, so that our military wouldn't hit it. But our military is more precise than that.
So Gene, this kind of adds up to me because I was told by someone in the military, a friend of a friend, and he told me in person, and we had to go put our phones away. okay, so how do I put this? That Iran and the Middle East, but Iran specifically, is filled with reptile nests.
Yes.
Interdimensional. They've had it. I was shown a video. I know I'm not gonna say how I saw it, but my jaw dropped, of these reptilians chasing these military personnel running in. It looked like a kind of a field. It was with thermal goggles, running to the helicopter. The guys in the helicopter had these thermal goggles on, shooting at these reptiles, but it wasn't really doing anything. And the reptiles got to these guys and ripped their arms and limbs off. And you could totally see that the way they moved and the way it was creepy. And they finally got to the men, and I guess they devoured them. But they ripped their arms and legs off. And the bullets didn't do anything. I mean, they said that they came across a reptile nest and it's infested. They told me Iran is infested with this stuff. Is there any truth to that?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just wondering. I've always had that in the back of my mind. This was about 5 years ago when I came across that, but it's always kind of like scarred my brain, stained my mind. I've always had that visual of what I saw, and I've always wondered, man, was that real? And
yes,
that's why I don't. Because but
you had one of the homeworld rocks, black rocks of evil there, and they dug tunnels there and have nests there for thousands of years. Stargate 10 is there, so they were bringing more through that gate, and there's portals there, and that's all why they dropped the special forces with the special suits, no shoots, no nothing, and these suits that don't allow them, they can shapeshift to look reptilian if they want. They can.
Well, did the reptilians, or were the reptilians only the ones who had this technology? We got it from them, or how? Because obviously they were. If you watch that movie, They Live, it's kind of showing people what was really going on. These reptiles are among us, right?
Yes, and it's back engineered using tech. So now we have the same technology, the same abilities, the same, even more. Where their weapons and stuff don't work on us, but ours work on them.
This is fascinating. So yeah, that just came to me, and I've talked about this with certain people, but I'm telling you now publicly, I've seen this video, and it was horrific to watch. I still couldn't believe it. I was like, this had to be, and this was before AI, Gene.
Yeah. So it's the same thing like the the night vision red goggles they had for night vision in Vietnam. And it revealed the demonics. Well,
right. You're right. In Vietnam, they saw all the demons and they were shooting at them, right?
Right. And because they're in another dimension, bullets don't affect them. But they knew they could see them, so they'd fly between two helicopters. One guy would shoot at the other helicopter and kill the gunner on the other helicopter, shoot down another helicopter. That's why they changed to green.
I had a friend that filmed these entities at his house. You could see these shadows walking through his house. He filmed them. It was some of the creepiest stuff that I've ever seen. I've seen those videos as well, where he would send him to my phone. I never went back to his house. I said, forget it, dude. I'm not ever going back there. But I saw these entities walking around his house, plain as day. Plain as day. The phone picked him up.
Yep.
They're like dense shadows.
Yes.
You can't see with your eyes.
Animals and cats and all that see that stuff all the time. It's just people. You see it as a child, but then you're told that that's not real, and your brain filters it out. Because it's not real, you no longer decode it. Doesn't mean it's not there. It means your brain is filtering it out, so you don't see it, you don't decode it. Literally, reality, this is back to where we were with the power of the mind and the power of our DNA and the power of our word and our imagination. Whatever you decode is your reality. So, who's the man who first did the hypnosis on stage, hypnotized a man while his daughter was up on stage with him. And then he said, at a certain word, you will not see nor hear your daughter until I say this other word. And then he said the word a little while later on. And the guy said, oh, my goodness. The man, the father said, oh, my daughter's gone. Where'd she go? And he waved the girl to stand directly in front of her father. And he's looking out into the audience. He goes, where is she? Looking around. He could see through her. The man then Mesmer took a watch out of his pocket, a pocket watch, had an inscription on inside it. And he opened it up behind the daughter's back so no one could see it, slid it up against her back, and asked the man, what is the inscription on my watch? He goes, to my dear husband, on our 33rd anniversary or something like that, right? And he then showed the audience, and that is what it was. So he read the inscription on the pocket watch through the daughter, saw right through her.
Wow, that just shows you the mind is not the brain, is it?
Yeah. What is reality is based on what we interpret it to be through our ability to image, our imagination. That's why it's so powerful. That's why they've dumbed us down and made us think we're not that, we're not this, we're not good enough. And they put intercessors between us and the supreme divine oneness, one God of all creation. You have to go through this pope or through this person or through that, confess all this and all that. And you're born all messed up and all that, originalness, sin and all that. But if you read the Bible, that contradicts Ezekiel. You're not responsible for the sins of the Father upon the Son. Well, that goes all the way back. So people don't think. And so as that happened, we've lost all these amazing abilities we had. And that's what is happening. The Great Awakening is the waking of the human spirit, the power of us back to what we originally were. Like Carlos Castaneda said, we were capable of feats of consciousness we can't even conceive of anymore. So we had the power of the mind and the word, which is essentially makes you an immortal. Because if you can perceive and just envision yourself to be whatever you want, whatever age, whatever thing, you are your own bed, So it's learning to get all of these things back and all of this, So all of these miraculous healings and all that, that's how this works. It's going in from the mind of imagination is the voice of God. Through our imagination that God gave us, we manifest reality. And they know that. They can't do that. They don't have their soul. So they can't do it. You have to have your soul intact to house your spirit. They don't. So this is what the war is about, is for our DNA and to lock us down with nanotech and all that other stuff permanently. But that's what Trump is under, and the alliance is completely destroyed. And they're doing it such that they're making it look like it's us. We're doing it all. So you got, like the man you mentioned that's revealing the stuff in LA and all of that with the hospices and, 221 of them shut down and all this. It's got to look like the average person is fighting, like the people demanded the Epstein files. Not
right.
Trump. It's not off there. It's the people demanded it. Oh, are you still talking about the Epstein files? Listen, no, we're not doing that anymore. Yeah. And then people get really upset. Then Melania comes out and sends a torpedo out. Kaboom!
Yeah, and then now they're trying to set her up and say, oh, she was Jeffrey Epstein's, whatever. He introduced her to Trump, and now all these AI photos are coming out, and people are falling for this.
Yeah, and they fall for it. I mean, just like Trump went to Bethesda. Oh, Trump's dead. Oh, yeah. I go, wait 48 hours for crying out loud. Watch what happens. And sure enough, he went there because the men they rescued that were shot down in Iran were in Bethesda. And he went there to visit them. Just, tell them thank you and give them Medal of Honor and all that other stuff, right, for their service. And so this is the movie. It's all a movie. The deep state's playing their cards, revealing who they are, and Trump's playing them all over the place. He's playing them this way and that way. I mean, it's like a good fighter. He goes over here. Look over here, over here. Don't look here. Don't look here. No, don't look here.
Also, I pulled up the Ephesians 6:12, King James version of the Bible. Says, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Says it right there in the Bible. You know, that's exactly what we're up against. So people that have a hard time believing what you and I are talking about, well, there it is, right there in the Bible. There it is. For your eyes to see in black and white. What we're talking about is not so far-fetched anymore, is it?
No. And not only that, if Trump had brought out the Epstein files, people would say he made it up. And now that the people, the Democrats and the people that demanded it, and they see how it's tied to Satanism, like everywhere, the bankers, the Pope is all going to be tied into that. The royal families, I mean, I don't think there's going to be a royal family left on Earth by the time this is done. It's going to tie to everything, all your major, high-level masonry, all of this. It's all going to come out. People are going to, that's going to tie to the banking, the bankers, and the beast, and and all of this financial and legal system, the bar, the British Admiralty rule, the birth certificate and the fakeness of that, and that's your bill of title of being born and coming into your birth.
Either the corporation.
Yeah, corporation. All of that. It's going to reveal it all, and people are going to see how they've been played from FDR making the birth certificate and your straw man. And they're going to say, I don't need money for a grant for a humanitarian project. I'm 60 years old. My straw man's worth $10 billion.
Right.
We're all fabulously wealthy.
Yeah, we're all quantum, right, Gene?
Yeah. And then they're going to find out that the fiat money system is fake. There's a new money system that's based on quantum, and the entire thing is off Earth. It's not on any computer system on Earth. It's not blockchain. I, found that was incorrect. That was, tying into crypto, which 95% of cryptos started by the dark side, so the deep state, and so all that, you're going to get a type of currency like that backed by tangible gold and assets. But the quantum financial system, QFS, is based off world where they can't, not in any deep state computer system or anything where they can't tamper with it. And it's being run by very high level powerful beings, we'll put it that way. So it's, not on Earth where they can tamper with it. I mean, it just so happens all of this is happening when Artemis goes behind the moon. Yeah. What do you think that's meaning? And what does Artemis mean? And so this all ties to the quantum. It all ties to Hormuz Straits. It all ties to everything. It all ties together.
Gene, I'm going to go ahead and call it here. I really appreciate you coming on. I got to eat dinner.
Okay.
No, I'm rumbling. I'm sitting here. Damn, I don't know if people can hear that. Stay with me just 1 second. Real quick, Gene. Thank you.
Meanwhile, the fiat US dollar was dying, while the entire deep state empire was melting down in real time. Last Tuesday, April 7th, Trump released the global currency reset, fully igniting the gold-backed quantum financial system across 209 nations. President Trump has not only seized full control over the corrupt Federal Reserve cabal, but established a sovereign gold-backed U.S. Treasury note system. That has resulted in no more income taxes, only tariffs, and a simple 14% sales tax on new goods. That Satan-worshipping empire badly needed to be stripped of their power. Satan's minions were still in high government positions, where they could rake in billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars while hiding their real agenda. Until perhaps now. In April 2026, McDonald's was accused of having a rash of toxic ingredients in their American franchises. French fries, while their European fries lacked the health-degrading chemicals. Tuesday, 14th of April 2026, toxic McDonald's French fries. McDonald's was believed owned by the Satan-worshipping Khazarian Mafia, which was known by satanic ritual abuse survivors to be high rollers in the Illuminati, members of whom have been reported to practice human sacrifice to their god Satan. At the time, McDonald's Japan held press conferences, though did not mention the causes of the human remains that were traced to children's teeth. They said the meat came from their headquarters in the U.S. and even tried to shift responsibility onto their customers. In 2020, a rash of McDonald's restaurants were shut down across the world. New York City, Kuta, Bali, Victoria, South Australia. And McDonald's strangely ran out of milkshakes in England, Scotland, and Wales. Back in that 2020, CNBC reported that it was planned that the entire McDonald's network of franchises would be closed in the near future. Hundreds of locations in Walmart stores. Possible timing on Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. At midnight, the petrodollar died. This was code word for the end of the SWIFT system. 4 countries were still trying to use SWIFT, but it was no longer available. Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. We are 24 hours away from the event that changes the world forever. BRICS, NISAR, HSR, and quantum financial system are sending shockwaves through the deep state. With gold-backed currencies and secure Q phones, the old order is collapsing. Prepare for a revolution. The world was never what you were told. The chains are melting. Gold will speak. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. Decoding is completed. The revealed results will be published tomorrow. Let's get together. The green light is on for 24 hours. Keep eyes open. The news will bring you peace. Tuesday, April 14th. Breaking. Trump in bunker. 1 million plus troops deployed nationwide. High alert Tuesday, April 22nd. Sleeper cells neutralized. Space Force preps global EBS takeover. Phones, TVs, radios seized in 48 to 72 hour window. EBS tested 3 times unscheduled. ISN 48 hours. 2:17 a.m., 4:44 a.m., 6:01 a.m. across FEMA zones. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. EBS blackout martial law lockdowns. Tuesday, April 14th. Within the next 2 days, Space Force was expected to activate the EBS across the world. Phones, mainstream media, TV, radio will be shut down. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Martial law will prevail to maintain order. Power will remain on. All screens, all channels, one broadcast of a high alert would be issued while Trump was transported to an underground bunker. Over 1 million military personnel have been deployed across the U.S. as part of a mass arrest operation and positioning for activation of the Tuesday, April 14th, the 10 days of darkness window is opening. Not a metaphor, literal. Power fluctuations, internet blackouts in select zones, cell service interruptions, all part of the controlled takedown to protect civilians during mass arrests round 3. QFS sync complete on Tier 1 levels, gold-backed accounts flipping live as we speak. The old fiat beast is bleeding out. Final breath. The emergency broadcast system on Telegram.
Martial law unleashed. EBS alerts urgent broadcast and how redemption centers might be our only hope. Alternative before it's news. Ethan White. Bombshell. Martial law unleashed. EBS alerts urgent broadcast and how redemption centers might be our only hope. The Great Reset on Telegram. Deep state arrests. California alone has witnessed up to 8,000 arrests, with over 3,000 in the Northeast U.S., particularly concentrated in the New England area. Rumors suggest that the populace might be urged to stay indoors for their safety, especially during disclosures, while the final arrests take place. However, a resilient and awakened citizenry, now more than ever, won't be silenced or confined. The emergency broadcast system, EBS, is on the horizon, and when it hits, it will be swift, silent, and shocking. Like a ghostly shadow, everything familiar will fade into obscurity. Just like the eerie silence of 2020, we'll be asked to remain rooted, perhaps for days, maybe weeks. The military, it seems, has a broader purpose. As the last of the so-called Satanists face arrest and are sent to Gitmo, the military is also gearing up to distribute food, especially to the elderly. This is not just about control, but also about care. There's chatter about the military potentially overseeing the nation until fresh elections are held. Precisely 120 days post the Gassara announcement, the focus should shift towards electing individuals with business acumen, particularly those who can rejuvenate local businesses, and more importantly, food-growing enterprises. The bustling stock market? Halted. The digital world you're so intricately linked to? Gone. And trust me, when the EBS alert vibrates your cell phone, echoing the chilling announcement, you'll know it's begun. These messages, sourced from the Starlink, are there to stay. Deleting them? Forget about it. They're imprinted, lasting reminders of the changing times. Essentials first. Stock up on clean drinking water. Ensure there's enough food, not just for you, but for your pets too. Medicines? Get them in advance. Remember, the digital world is on a hiatus, so medical records are inaccessible. Cash is king. In a world where digital transactions become obsolete, cash will be your savior. ATMs might be out of service, and swiping those cards at gas pumps? Dream on. Mental fortitude. When the shock hits, it's vital to keep your wits about you. Before you extend your hand to others, ensure you're mentally fortified. Some might be in a state of shock, unable to respond. In such cases, a breath of fresh air, a gentle walk, might help. Your TV, phone, and internet will spring back to life, unveiling a spectacle titled Disclosures. Rumor has it, it might even grace the big screens. But this isn't your typical Netflix binge. It's a 24/7, 8-hour block broadcast, lasting anywhere between 3 to 10 days. The content? Oh, it's the raw, unfiltered truth of events, spanning military tribunals and even, hold your breath, public executions. Areas drenched in corruption, like Los Angeles and New York, might experience extended viewing periods. But when the switch is flipped back, expect a metamorphosis, a world pulsating with positive energy, devoid of evil's grasp. The internet? Transformed. Banking systems? Revolutionized. This, dear readers, is the dawn of an era of transparency and abundance, a veritable paradise on Earth. However, as the layers peel back, revealing covert operations, prepare to be flabbergasted. The faces you recognize might just be elaborate masquerades, Hollywood-grade masks, CGI marvels, and eerily realistic body doubles. Ever watch The Truman Show? Our reality might not be far off. With the scripted drama unfolding since 2015,
Global currency reset. On Tuesday, April 7th at midnight, the petrodollar died. This was code word for the end of the SWIFT system. Tuesday, April 14th, 63 U.S. banks hiding $517 billion in losses. Liquidity freeze warning. Now Trump prepares July 4th financial reset for America. Tuesday, April 14th, Bruce the Big Call. There's a link. Over the weekend, military sources said notification to set exchange appointments for Tier 4B was very good for this week, that it would go. Four sources said that Wednesday, April 15th could be in play to be notified. One source said by Friday, April 17th. A Treasury source said we should be in there this week. The United States Treasury note would be announced as gold backed by U.S. Treasury head Scott Bessent. Countries have their own banks now. Central banks have been closed down. As of Sunday, April 12th, our money accounts mirrored on the new system were live. What you need for your appointment: photo ID, utility bill, currency. If you have Zim, you will need to sign an NDA, which could be from 30 to 90 days. While at the Redemption Center, we should have in our accounts at our appointment restitution, reclamation allowance, Doge payment. Global financial crisis. Tuesday, April 14th, the Vatican Bank has processed over $6 billion in unaudited transfers since 2019. Funds routed through shell accounts in Malta, Luxembourg, and the Cayman Islands. Destinations unknown, recipients classified. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The same Vatican that hosted Epstein's financial advisor 3 times between 2011 and 2014, the same Vatican that fought harder to keep its bank records sealed than any government on earth, the same Vatican that suddenly, right now, in the middle of a naval blockade, wants peace. They don't want peace. They want the blockade lifted before the audits begin. Because when the strait closes, the oil stops. When the oil stops, the petrodollar bleeds. When the petrodollar bleeds, every institution that laundered money through it gets exposed, including the one in Rome. Trump did not attack the Pope out of anger. He attacked the Pope because the Pope attacked first, not with words, but with a financial protection play disguised as a peace appeal. The Cardinals went on 60 Minutes, coordinated, scripted, timed to the hour. Tuesday, April 14th, 107, breaking. Biological nightmare, uncovering the sinister secret biolab in the heart of the USA. A terrifying tale from Fresno County. Public health officials have made a horrifying discovery in Fresno County, California, exposing a clandestine, unlicensed biological research facility owned by Chinese nationals. This sinister operation has been running for an extended period, raising alarms about a potential bio-Cold War on American soil as we advance into 2026. The facility was a house of horrors. This terrifying find points directly to foreign interference by the Chinese Communist Party and possibly deep state complicity in allowing such threats to fester on American soil. Patriots have warned about these infiltration efforts for years, and this exposes the terrifying reality of biolabs being used as tools in a larger globalist agenda to weaken the United States. The potential for disaster was extreme, with the entire population in the vicinity dancing on the edge of biological catastrophe. The mainstream silence surrounding this incident only adds to the suspicion of a coordinated cover-up by those who benefit from keeping the public in fear and dependent on their systems of control. As the Great Awakening continues to gain momentum, revelations like this fire up the QAnon community and confirm that the cabal is restoring to desperate measures. These shadow operations are part of a plan for depopulation and medical tyranny designed to usher in the New World Order. White hats are fighting back, exposing these sites and protecting humanity from further harm. It is high time for full transparency and accountability. Patriots must demand investigations into all such facilities and ensure they are shut down permanently. Patriots cannot allow our nation to serve as a testing ground for the elite's evil experiments. The storm is here and the truth will set us free. Stay strong, stay awake, and trust the plan as more secrets come to light. What we think we know as of Wednesday, April 15th, 2026. Tuesday, April 14th, 2026, human trafficking operations have been systematically shut down worldwide. Thousands of children and victims have been liberated from captivity. The fight was never just political, it was a moral battle for the soul of humanity. Quantum Connected on Telegram. Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. Massive White Hat forces just took control of a huge underground city under Denver and New York linked to Epstein Island. Files seized, big names coming out now. Tuesday, April 14th, exposed massive tunnel network under Mount Rushmore running across states. It connects directly to Obama's D.C. mansion and is active right now. In 2026, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Mount Rushmore is compromised. Deep beneath the carved faces of Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Teddy Roosevelt, a vast tunnel network confirmed by intelligence insiders stretches hundreds of miles and runs straight into Barack Obama's fortified Kalorama mansion in Washington, D.C. This is the Obama clan's private underground highway built on taxpayer dollars to provide escape routes, command centers, and supply lines operating outside Trump's America First restoration in 2026. The tunnels start behind the Hall of Records in the granite. The sealed vault is theater. Classified construction created vertical shafts branching through reinforced passages for high-speed movement of personnel and equipment. In 2026, the network is fully active and expanding as the deep state panics under Trump pressure. Power and communication systems evade all surface surveillance controlled by patriots. The system was accelerated under Obama through hidden budgets funneling billions without oversight. The symbolism is bold and defiant. The mountain embodying American greatness was turned into a personal fortress for waging underground war on the Republic. While Trump fights above for borders and sovereignty, the Obama clan shuttles operatives, documents, and plans below. Patriots confirm the details with seismic data, logs showing ongoing activity, Kalorama renovations including massive excavations linking to tunnel grids. This allows the resistance to sustain operations. When surface pressure mounts from indictments and audits, taxpayers fund this defiance while the elite enjoy immunity. Trump's return has spiked usage as the cabal moves assets frantically. Patriots mapped the arteries, logging activity. Trump's teams audits black budgets, preparing to seize and neutralize the tunnels, dismantling the permanent state. This subterranean backbone lets the Obama clan act as government in exile. The Rushmore to Kalorama line shows their deep contempt for the people. The battle has gone underground. But white hats move fast. Tunnels will be exposed, connections severed, and the empire destroyed. Sovereignty will reign from surface to bedrock. The deep state's underground empire ends as the Great Awakening delivers justice in 2026. The cabal is panicking and their time is up. Tuesday, April 14th. Gitmo News. Deep state clones end after 3 years. Cloning researchers tell military. Doppelgangers, clones revealed. Liz Cheney hanged. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. In a stunning revelation that is sending shockwaves through the Patriot community, military sources at Guantanamo Bay have confirmed that the deep state's cloning operations are finally coming to an end after years of deception. Cloning researchers captured by White Hat forces have spilled the beans to interrogators, exposing how these doppelgangers only last 3 years before they must be recycled and replaced. According to insiders close to General Eric M. Smith's office, a key German-born scientist named Harold Krauss was arrested by U.S. Special Forces in late December 2025 and subjected to intensive questioning at a secure location. Initially resistant, Krauss eventually broke down under strategic pressure involving his family's safety, revealing critical details about the sinister cloning program. Krauss disclosed that deep state clones are engineered to mature rapidly but suffer from neural decay after just 3 years. Once their time is up, they are recalled via subdermal microchips implanted behind the ear, dissolved in acid at recycling centers, and swapped out for fresh copies. This explains the constant parade of body doubles and lookalikes we have witnessed among political elites. Like, just a side note, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer. The researcher admitted to working at a Missouri facility and knew of at least a dozen other cloning labs across the United States. He confirmed multiple clones of figures like Joseph R. Biden had been deployed over the years. No, really? Military officials are now using this intelligence to dismantle the entire network. This bombshell comes as White Hats continue their relentless pursuit of justice at Gitmo. In related tribunal news, the notorious Liz Cheney was found guilty of treason and hanged following a military trial. The former congresswoman, consumed by hatred for President Trump and the Constitution, was exposed for orchestrating election fraud and vowing revenge over her father, Dick Cheney's earlier execution for his role in past atrocities. Admiral Darcy Crandall presided over the proceedings, where witnesses detailed Cheney's vendetta, her bitter rage against Trump and the military for holding her family accountable, sealed her fate. With her removal, another piece of the corrupt deep state puzzle falls away. Patriots, this is monumental progress. The exposure of these clone operations means the globalist house of cards is collapsing. No longer can they hide behind manufactured doubles while the real monsters pull strings from the shadows. The White Hats are in full control and more high-profile takedowns are imminent as the Great Awakening accelerates. Sources indicate that as these revelations spread, panic is setting in among remaining deep state operatives. Tim Russ, the Star Trek actor, has reportedly been used as a stand-in for Barack Obama in public appearances, further proving how deep the deception runs, but their time is over. The military alliance is closing in, ensuring that true justice will prevail, and America will be restored to its rightful glory under leaders who serve the people. Stay vigilant, stay informed. The storm is here and victory is near for all who stand with the light. QAnons know the plan is unfolding exactly as intended. More Gitmo news to follow as tribunals ramp up in the coming weeks. Climate change hoax. Tuesday, 14th of April, 2026. Joe Rogan sets Bernie Sanders straight on the climate crisis. Sanders. There are some people who think climate change is a hoax. It ain't a hoax. The last 10 years have been the warmest on record. Rogan, the Earth's temperature has never been static. It's always been up and down. There's been ice ages and heat waves. We are in a cooling period. There's a lot of money involved in this whole climate change emergency issue, and there's a lot of control. That's the problem. The problem is giving people that are in power more control over citizens, and this is a vehicle for that. Yes, the Earth's temperature, as we know, and it's mostly coming from the sun, has changed. Climate change is natural, and there is no effects from carbon dioxide. In fact, we are in a carbon dioxide deficit. We need carbon dioxide because we need plants to grow and trees to grow. So all of it is a hoax. It's just to tax countries and to steal money, basically. Launder money, steal money, come up with all kinds of scams.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. I have a special guest today, Peter Ticktin. He is the founder and senior managing partner of the Ticktin Law Group. With decades of courtroom experience, he has handled cases at both the state and federal levels. Mr. Ticktin has known President Donald J. Trump since the two were 16 years old, and they have remained close friends throughout their lives. He authored the book, What Makes Trump Tick?, which details the truth about his long history with President Trump. Peter Ticktin possesses extensive knowledge regarding President Donald Trump's legal case against Hillary Clinton and continues to be actively involved in the high-profile legal battles. His work includes a defamation case against the Boston Globe, a voter fraud matter involving Tina Peters, and efforts to seek justice for the January 6th community. He is also advocating for Joby Weeks, a Bitcoin pioneer and crypto figure who, according to Ticktin, was denied the due process, bail, and a speedy trial. Mr. Ticktin, thanks so much for coming on. Looking forward to your history of Donald Trump and the points that you're looking forward to achieving as the Attorney General of the United States.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Oh boy, what can I tell you about Donald Trump? We met when I was actually 15 and he was 15. And that was beginning of grade 10. New York Military Academy was a high school, not a college. And in our senior year of high school together, when we were both 17, we were in the same company. He was my captain, made me a platoon sergeant of the first platoon, and I basically ran his first company for him, which was Company A at New York Military Academy. We were best of friends in that year. And I didn't know he was going to be the president of the United States, who I would in some ways be asked about what kind of guy was he? And frankly, he's the same kind of guy as you see now. I can see the same man that I knew. In fact, when I see and think about Donald, he had a heart. How do I know he had a heart? Because he was the guy that gave out mail. Everybody would pour in from the next section to our section. And we would, have cadets going up the stairs and then down the hall. And he'd call out the names of the different people, give them their mail or their packages. And some kids, some guys, we didn't consider ourselves kids. We were called men. Hey, men. We're 15, 16, 17 years old, but we were more like men in those days than you see in these days for people, guys of the same age. We were all guys as well.
Yeah, definitely. Now, back then,
there's those guys that got cookies from home. And there were those that never heard from home. And they may even have been there from a foreign country, and the parents just basically sent them off, and that's the end of it. No relationship, no rapport, no love.
Wow.
And he always knew who was who. And he always had that little thing to say that kind of made it all okay. It's hard to explain how anybody could make something like that okay, but that's the kind of guy he was. He always had your back through thick and thin, but never, other captains of other companies, they thought nothing of kneeing somebody in, places people shouldn't be kneed, especially standing in formation. Other captains would run their companies based on fear. They'd make everybody afraid of them. Donald Trump never, ever, ever would do anything like that. He was a really respected and well liked because, in fact, loved by the other cadets in the school because of that. So that's what I can tell you about Donald Trump.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's we don't hear very many people talking about Donald Trump from that era.
Because,
great.
People ask about any dirt, don't have anything bad to. Yeah, it's nothing. I mean, I'd have to lie to make up something, untoward. I mean, in a whole year, he never exploded, never screamed at another cadet, never smacked one, never. Unlike almost anybody else that would have been in his position, always cool, calm, deliberate, even at that age.
Even at that age.
But you asked me the second question is, what would I do? As AG, okay? Because that's really the big question here is, why did I throw my hat in the ring? I'm Donald Trump's age. I'm 4.5 months older than Donald. So why at this age, with this success that I've had in law and other business that I've done, why in the world would I want to be the Attorney General of the United States? And frankly, I don't. It's not something I aspire to be. Mm-hmm. It's just that I don't know anybody else that would fix this the way it needs to be fixed. We have a situation where we're over policed and we have too many prosecutors, and this isn't Donald Trump that's basically the cause of. I don't mean Donald Trump. This isn't the prior administrations that's the cause of this. This happened because we legalized, or I should say decriminalized, a lot of drugs, including marijuana, which I don't have an opinion as to whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Generally, I guess if I gave an opinion, it would be a good thing. But in so doing, we reduce the amount of crimes that we have. So what do we mean by that? 1998, the number of drug crimes that we had, it was 32% of all crime were drugs, mainly marijuana. And it's either possession or trafficking, importing, whatever. When it got decriminalized, we lost probably about 25% of all the crime in America. And there just aren't enough bank robberies to go around. So what are all these extra prosecutors needing to do? What are all these extra police needing to do? So what would happen to you if in your neighborhood, you probably drive by you stop at a stop sign at the end of your block or someplace every day, and you probably come to a rolling stop. You could see that there's nothing coming, and you go forward and you proceed. Well, what would happen if you had 25% more police patrolling and looking for traffic infringements? Well, no doubt you'd get a ticket every time you came to a rolling stop and you didn't come to a full stop. That's what's been going on in the law. That's what's been going on in our federal government, in our DOJ, and why so many basically innocent, or let's just say almost innocent, but pretty people who might have had minor little infractions are now charged with major crimes, where they go after them with a vengeance, where they require that they plead guilty, or else they're going to, we'll charge you with something that's 10 times worse. Or, I've seen people, since I've been doing a lot of pardon work, I've seen the weaponization around the nation. I've never seen anything like it before. The number of people that call me, that tell me about what happened to them and where they are. I had one, and it's not unusual, but I think about this one fellow who had 2 very young children at home, and they said, not only we're going to up the ante and charge you with something that's going to get you 20 years if you don't plead guilty, but we're going to, and this is what made him change his mind and plead guilty, even though he wasn't guilty.
Right.
If you don't plead guilty, we're also going to charge your wife. And we're going to make sure you both go away for 20 years and your children are going to grow up without parents.
Jeez.
I mean, how do you say no? You say, okay. Okay. This is what happens. I had one fellow, he had $115 million in the bank. It succeeded. He was successful. Now, they seized all of his money over nothing. Yeah. He didn't have money to pay a lawyer.
Jesus.
He ended up pleading guilty for something that was just stupid, minor. No, I know this is going on all around the country, and I could name cases to you and show you where it's happening and how much it's happening. At least I could show you the top of the iceberg, okay, which is plenty. So the first thing that needs to be done with the DOJ is it needs to clean up its act. It needs to be part of what makes America, not something that is against American citizens.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, we've got real criminals, but we don't need that big of a force in order to deal with those criminals, except for the fact that we have a whole other category of criminals that nobody's dealing with. People that need to be charged. They need to be facing justice. And who are those? I can get to that in a minute. But the point is, if we get these assistant U.S. attorneys to stop the nonsense of charging innocent Americans for crimes that they shouldn't be charged for, stupid little things sometimes that they got to make into a whole big deal to rationalize their existence. If we can stop that, then we have extra people that we can now apply to other things where people need to be investigated, people need to be charged if they're guilty of these crimes. I'm not talking about weaponizing now against Democrats or against the others, but there are a lot of people, some of them being Democrats, who have committed crimes in the light of day, and we all know about it. Okay, and yet for some reason they're protected. Now, I would say it would be wrong for the government to go after somebody like Adam Schiff and find crimes that he committed. Because if you're going after an individual, like they went after Donald Trump, like they went after MAGA, like they went after doctors that prescribed ivermectin, they went after mothers who went to Board of Education meetings, they went after police who there was any suggestion of excessive force. I mean, these are all groups that were targeted by Merrick Garland, and a lot of these prosecutions are still continuing today. So, and they need to end. Thankfully, thanks to Todd Blanche, I guess, but definitely to Jeanine Pirro, we've had a couple. There were cases that were dropped yesterday. And I'm thankful to that. Thank you, Todd Blanche, for finally doing something to help the cause. But it took him 1 year and 3 months to do it. There's ways of doing this quickly and ferreting out all of the cases that are wrongful. And how could you not know that going after J6ers is completely anathema to what Donald Trump stands for and what your administration stands for. So there's no excuse for taking so long, but thank you. And I mean it sincerely, and if I get to be AG and Todd Blanche stays on as deputy AG, he and I will get along. I have no doubt. Okay. I don't have in my heart hatred for him. I don't even know him. I just know that he's not accomplishing what needs to be accomplished. And whatever the reason, once I'm AG, he's going to be accomplishing the things that he needs to accomplish if he's still there. I don't have a personal vendetta against the man. I just have a vendetta against the fact that nobody's been charged. of all the different people that have done so wrong. I mean, let me give you a perfect example of where there should have been charges long ago.
Okay.
January 6th, contrary to what most people think about January 6th, this is why I'm the only one that can do this, because I know January 6th. I studied it. Donald Trump had me for 9 months marshaling the evidence regarding January 6th. Well,
Fantastic.
I know what's going on there. Okay. So, yeah. And we not only need to be able to take care of people that have been injured and that have some everything due to this. Who really started it? Who caused it? And we have tapes of meetings of people in the deep state that were in Homeland Security and other people in other NGOs. We have them conspiring on video, on Zoom. We know who they are. How can we not deal with it? You know, if you look at Tina Peters' case, who's one of the biggest people insisting that she remains in prison? Jenna Griswold.
Right.
Who is she? She was the Secretary of State of the state of Colorado, and she's now running to be the top cop. She's running for AG position in the state of Colorado. Tina Peters is innocent. I mean, what she did, it makes her nothing less than an American hero, because she did it in light of the fact that these people are going to come down on her as they did. But Jenna Griswold is really the criminal, because she went and had her people go to 62 counties and wipe the computers clean of all the data. That's a federal offense, good for up to a year for every one of these counties, because they're all separate offenses that she did. You know, people don't know necessarily what the difference is between when you're sentenced for consecutive or concurrent sentences. So if somebody goes into a bank and they slap one person, there's an assault, and they steal money from that person, it's a theft, and they do all these different things, it's one occurrence, and they get sentenced maybe for each thing, but they can all run at the same time. But if they go to bank after bank after bank, those are all separate occurrences. Right. And so whatever they get sentenced for one, then the next one they have to serve on top of that. So you serve the first one, then you serve the second one, then you serve the first. That's what they did to Tina Peters, even though hers all stem from one thing.
Wow.
But yeah, but you've got Jenna Griswold wiping out the data. Why? Why did she need to wipe out the data? If we had a fair election and the data would show that we had a fair election, why did she need to do that? Well, we know the answer, because we have Tina Peters, the image that she made from her hard drive before and after they installed something called the trusted build. But why isn't Jenna Griswold even questioned? Why isn't she prosecuted? Because we know of her crimes. And she keeps it going, because every time that she keeps pushing for Tina Peters to remain in custody, it's all because she wants to use Tina Peters as her scapegoat, so nobody's looking at her. Okay, so I mean, here are perfect examples of people that need to come to justice. There's others. There's names that you and I could mention and name all day. Some of them are past the statute of limitations now, but if it was a conspiracy, it's not. And here's another thing. The Department of Justice doesn't need to get frustrated because they got a judge telling a grand jury, don't indict. You know, you don't have to indict, you know, just because he tells you you have to. I mean, we have that going on. There's also something called an information. The U.S. attorney or the AUSAs could swear out informations and prosecute that way. You don't need to go through the process of getting a grand jury to indict. Normally that was used and you know, for politically sensitive indictments where somebody may not want to sign on the dotted line and put their name down for causing the criminal charges to go forward. But if, you know, there's so many things that are being run incorrectly at the Department of Justice, because we've got J6, we've got the weaponization that's occurring now still even after Merrick Garland left office, still they're going after rich MAGA people. Still they're going after these different people. I mean, look, if a doctor steals from Medicare and makes false reports at Medicare, fine. He's committing a criminal offense. He knows what he's doing, and he's taking his risk, and he deserves to meet justice. I'm not saying that everybody's innocent, but they go after these PPP people, and the fact of the matter is, it's because they themselves don't even understand. I've got a case in the Southern District of Mississippi right now, where I've got two guys that are anything but criminals. They've lived their whole lives honest as could be. Once you're under the magnifying glass of the DOJ, they'll find anything and everything. They found nothing. They never cheated on their taxes. They never, they own 40 hotels, nice hotels.
Wow.
And they're wealthy. And somebody at the DOJ who doesn't like other people to be wealthy basically went after these people because they followed the money of the PPP loans. So here's the way that works, okay? If you apply for forgiveness of the PPP loan, you're allowed to be forgiven for the amount that you use for payroll, the amount you use for a couple of other things like buying PPP equipment at the time, and for paying the rent or your mortgage. Those are the payments that you could subtract. And everybody took that PPP money, they put it into their general account, their operating accounts, and they spent that money out of that account. They also spent that money on themselves. They spent the money on buying a new car, whatever they were spending the money on. And as long as your eligible expenses that you paid for exceed the amount you borrowed, you're not guilty of getting 100% forgiveness on the loan. But instead, they follow the money. They look at where did the money that they track from the PPP go. You bought a car with that. So they think you're guilty because they're stupid. We have so many people that don't know math. I'd say, for the people that come to my office for jobs, including lawyers, we ask a math question. And they don't know what 25 times 10 is. Okay, I'm talking about 25, 1 out of 5. They can't tell you. I don't know, 2,500, 25,000. Honest to God, they don't know. So, I guess there's people in the Department of Justice that don't know either. We got to figure out who these people are and make sure they're not ruining people's lives. And this is the first part I would do. As I said, stop the weaponization against the American people immediately. And we do that by doing basically a survey, or you might call it an audit. But there are ways to do this and do it really fast, because everything that needs to be done here needs to be done now. It should have been done a year ago, or a year and 3 months ago. And here we are. And if it doesn't get done fast, it's not going to happen in time. Plus, we've got the election fraud. So what I'm not a man who lives in fear, but if I were in fear of anything, what would be my biggest fear? My biggest concern is the election fraud that's coming up in the midterms.
Yes.
We already know it's in play because we've already seen it in Texas in the primaries. It probably occurred in North Carolina and Arkansas as well.
Yep.
If they, and of all the midterms, it has to be this one where we've got 22 Republican senators that are up for re-election.
Ooh.
I mean, that's a lot.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, we only have, 52? So, almost half. The election's every 3 years for senators. So there's 35 races altogether for the Senate, because it would be 33, but there are 2 appointees. So that's why there are so many. So if the machines can dictate the results of the election, which they can,
Oh yeah.
then if they're brazen, if they don't care, who knows? Because everybody's going to know what they did because it's going to be too obvious. Although they'll probably say, of course, people voted against Trump or against these senators because they were in favor of the war and Iran. Whatever it is that their excuse is, everybody's going to see through it. The same as we saw through it in 2020. And so they can be as brazen as they want to be, and nobody's going to do a damn thing about it. Well, that's why I need to be in. That's one of the reasons I need to be the Attorney General, because I don't trust anybody else to make sure that they get to the bottom of the election fraud, because things are going to go fast. Okay. The election is going to be at the beginning of November. You got November, most of that month, and December, and then January 5th. That's when everybody gets installed, not January 20th when the president, if there were one in this race, when the president gets inaugurated, but January 5th. That's no time at all.
Yeah.
If something bizarre happens where we end up seeing that many races get flipped, we need to be able to jump in and get to it fast enough that our president's going to be able to do whatever he needs to do with it, whatever emergency there is. Because I'll tell you, either that's going to lead to martial law or it's going to lead to civil war.
Right.
Because there's a lot of people that are just not going to sit and take it. I'm not advocating that, obviously. I'm a law and order guy.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to keep things. But, for most of us, we understand that this is not, and when I say most of us, I mean most of the people that love Donald Trump, let's put it that way. Most MAGA people understand that this is not, if they ever take over again, we're never going to see another free election. We're never going to have peace. They're going to be picking us up in trucks for too long.
Yeah.
No
kidding.
We will have lost freedom. We'll have lost our country. We can't allow that to happen.
Absolutely. So, this is a great template plan you have, Peter. If they decide to, take you in and you do the Senate confirmation, you go to all those hearings. How do you think you'll do against the Senate hearings?
I need to talk to. Look, I believe that those Republicans who, they voted against Ed Martin because he defended J6ers. Mm. And I do believe that if I could just sit down and have a little bit of time with each one of them and let them understand things the way I understand them, we need to find common ground. I need to deal with these folks and get their votes. It's not a question of any factual issues. It's really a question of the votes. Okay, who's there that is willing to? And I will tell you, I've have a lot of people recommending to the president that he appoint me. Yesterday, Rudy Giuliani, I called the president and recommended that I be the AG.
Fantastic.
You've seen the Gateway Pundits article today. There was an article by Jerome Corsi and Michael Flynn, General Flynn, that recommended me that I be the Attorney General. So I'm getting a lot of people supporting me to the president. Of course, we have only one man that has a vote. And that's all he needs is just that one vote, because he is the one that decides who he's going to make as his next AG. And whatever he decides, I got to tell you, I know Donald Trump well enough to trust his judgment. And if he decides something different, then that's the way the cookie was going to crumble. But I have to do everything I can to get in that position so that I can do the things that I need to do. That I don't think anybody else will do. For one thing, people are afraid. I mean, imagine doing something with Hillary Clinton or Bill. I'm not saying we should target these people.
Right.
Okay, but imagine if their crimes are so obvious, and I use them as an example, not that I'm going after them, but maybe I don't know what I don't want to make that prediction at this point, but I would say that if anybody's going after the Clintons, it should be the country of Haiti. But that's a whole other story. But there are people that are afraid if they do something like that. For some crazy reason, I'm just not afraid. And maybe it will cost my life, but you know what? I knew I went to New York Military Academy with Donald Trump. I don't know what they do there exactly. I mean, they do like basic training. And by the time you're finished with the first, and somehow you get to stand up to what was scaring to death and take it on. And I think that's why Donald Trump doesn't operate out of fear. And just even moving the embassy in Israel is a good example. President after president promised that they were going to move the embassy, and then they all wimped out. They were all afraid. Oh, but if I do, it might get somebody else upset. So they didn't what they were supposed to do. Donald Trump is afraid of things, and neither am I. So it's going to require that as well. Somebody that's ready to do what needs to be done.
I agree.
I hope that helps.
That definitely does. The audience is loving you. I think you're absolutely the man for the job.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, as I said at the beginning, I want this job like I need the whole man. Okay. And look, I got my practice. I'm going strong. I'm trying cases. I'm winning. I'm on a roll right now. I don't want to challenge the gods on this one. I don't want to start losing. But the fact of the matter is, I'm winning my cases. I know what I'm doing. And to leave it now to do something else is going to cost me dearly.
Mm-hmm.
But what good is money if we lose our country?
I agree.
I mean, what am I going to do if I had $100 million in my back pocket and we lost America? I've got nothing. You've got nothing. We all have nothing.
Good point.
So I say, that is the point. Do you think Donald Trump is in there voluntarily right now? He knows that he has to be there because otherwise we would have lost America already. And if any, God help us if anything happens to that man, because he's the only one that could bring us out of this war that we're in. And I don't mean the war in Iran. I mean the one with China, the one with WEF, the World Economic Forum. All these areas where there's so many crimes made against the United States that nobody's even looking at. What happened about Dr. Fauci? And what is he? Is he so high and mighty that he's above the law for things that he's done? Nobody's even investigating him. Nobody cares. What about the fact that so many people died in nursing homes?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that at least criminal negligence? I mean, you just let all these people lead them to their deaths. And this is not just talking about around the United States, different things that had occurred. Who are these forces that be that want to make us wear masks and be, sent to our rooms? Stay in your apartments, stay in your house, don't come out. What happened to us then? Is the Department of Justice saying, oh, well, that's not really us, we don't care, as though there's no crimes? I know there's many things that need to be looked into and taken care of, and it needs to be done with what we lawyers call alacrity, fast, speed.
Yes.
Because we're not in permanently. Donald Trump needs to accomplish as much as he could possibly accomplish now, not taking our sweet time. So I hope that helps
Absolutely.
explain.
Yeah,
what
I mean,
mentality is.
all of your points are absolutely amazing. It's what all of us have been waiting for. You are the one we've been waiting for. So I hope that President Donald Trump appoints you to that position, and then you get confirmed by the Senate, and you get quickly into that position and you start doing the work that this country needs. Wow, I've never seen anybody more qualified than you, Mr. Tickton. Fantastic.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I'm going to be called on it. I'll be open as I am now. Okay, because that's just my nature. I'm not going to. You'll just get the truth, and I may break some rules. About can't talk about certain things. I mean, obviously, there's certain things that you're not going to be able to talk about. Like how I'm going to get Tina Peters out of prison, but I promise you this, she's coming out if I get this position.
Very good, sir. Very good. And I think you're the one that can do it. I really do. And I think you will do it. I pray to God that you get in there, sir. All right. So thanks so much for coming on. You're a very busy man. And I hope that you're going to get a call from President Trump, and he wants you to move up to the top position, AG. We're all of us going to be praying for you, and we want you to get in there because we know our country needs it. And if a strong man like yourself doesn't get in that position, then our country is doomed, I think. So good luck, sir.
Yeah, it is vital. You're right. And thank you. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. We have Patty Greer back with us, C60 EVO. And we're going to be talking about crop circles today. Patty and I have talked about these crop circles in the past, and we're going to bring it back up again. It's a great time to do it. Intuition, and what helps intuition? C60 EVO. Right. And, we like to start the show with a little C60 EVO. I know it's still not too late for you, I guess.
It's a little late, but I'm in the mood.
All right. Very good.
Cheers, everyone.
Cheers.
Please join us if you have some.
Makes your mouth turkey.
And why do we do this at the top of the show, Michael? Why do we take the EVO? Is it kind of cheating?
It is kind of cheating because it's basically going to clear out our pineal gland and help us to be more intuitive and clear out the neurons so the neurons can fire better. So I like it.
It does. It makes us kind of mentally frisky.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, I mean, we do it at the top of a lot of shows because it just helps. It's kind of like doing it before a race. Why not? They can test your blood all they want, and they're still not going to know, how do you get such an advantage? It's the EVO and the spoon. It's like so easy. Mm-hmm. And we always talk about C60 EVO, but you and I also have gone 20 years back is when I was going in crop circles. And when your wife and I started talking about, God, we should hit a crop circle show because the first crop circle just appeared. And it's so interesting because I feel like when I was going in crop circles, there were 25 to 50, almost 75 within a 40-mile square radius of where I was sleeping for the summer in southern England, in Somerset, which includes the Avebury stone circles right in the middle of this 40 square mile radius. Then there's Glastonbury and Stonehenge. And so you've got these two massive sacred stone circles where people have been walking across Europe for thousands of years to come to this energized sacred site and add to that frequency and that natural energy. And the stones are, what are they? Granite and crystal ground into the sarsen's, and they go into the ground deeply. And the flawless mathematics have drawn the ancient wisdom keepers to Stonehenge forever. And my very first crop circle experience, 2006, I had gone into a store in Glastonbury, not knowing anything. All I knew was my fingertips were all full of cuts from mercury poisoning from a terrible dentist. And I needed to heal, and I couldn't find any kind of doctor woo-woo in America. So I thought, crop circles, I'll try anything once. So I go over to England, and my very first experience, I had one of my daughters with me, and I said, come on, humor me. Just come and let's go be in some crop circles. She, oh God, hippie. And so, she came. So the very first crop circle, I go into Glastonbury and I'm asking around all the stores. I have these 14 photos in my purse that I shot and that I screenshotted in America and printed them. And I was all excited because those already arrived in Southern England by the time we got there in June or July. And I said, are there any new ones? And he said, oh, we haven't really had any crop circles this summer. And I looked at him and I was like, excuse me? I thought you were like the store with all these books and you knew about crop circles. Is somebody else work here? And he goes, well, no, we just really haven't had any. And I just got like crabby right away because people were weird. And it was when Bush was the president, I guess, but they didn't like Americans. And so I was like, what is it? Because I'm American? I really felt like that was it.
Yeah.
And so I just slammed down my 14 photos on his counter. And I said, well, let me educate you, my friend. Here's 14 that are, within 20 miles of here. And they have different, ways, not miles. But he didn't care for my attitude. And I was like, thanks for your help. So I look around Glastonbury. I'm with my daughter. I'm trying to be, cool hippie mom. And I see across the way, there's a store called Witchcraft. And she looks at me, no, Mom. It's like, come on, let's just walk counterclockwise. We'll be fine. I don't know why I said that, but we walk in and I said, there were 3 ladies at the front counter chatting away and they were all excited about something. And we just walked through the store and there's herbs hanging and all kinds of neat stuff. And so the ladies left and there's one lady that's working there and she comes up and she says, hi, I'm Arwen. Can I help you? Oh, wait, I don't help anyone. And literally turned around and walked away.
God.
I was like, oh, okay. That was weird. So we went up to the counter and I said, I got to be honest, we're from America. Oh, really? Yes. And, and we're here to see the crop circles. And here I am in Band-Aids and gloves. I probably looked weird because my fingers were really bad from the mercury poisoning. And she was pretty nice. She said, oh my gosh, my 2 friends just left, are going to a crop circle tomorrow morning. That's what we were talking about. And here I walk right by them. So she yells out the door, Vicky, Victoria. And they turned around and came back and we met. And I had no idea that Victoria was truly the archdruidess of Stonehenge. It was just like a lucky meeting that a lady with a few homes in Glastonbury would happen to be there when I was walking in.
Wow.
And so we met and they said, sure, you can follow us tomorrow. We'll meet right here in front of the store at 10 a.m. and you can just follow us. So here we are in this rental car on the other side of the steering wheels on the other side. And you drive on the other side and you do the roundabouts, which is so friggin' backwards. And so, okay, we're following these ladies, no problem. They've got, what is it, a little Martin Mini, teeny little car, literally 2 Great Danes, but stuffed in the back window was a Celtic harp. And my history was that I was a harpist for 33 years. This is just kind of a thing that a guy did of a really nice photo of me and my beautiful gold harp. But I did this for 33 years. And then got poisoned by a dentist, and it took my fingertips, just shredded. It's been 20-something years, and I still got a cut today. So I've been dealing with it, but I do the crop circles, thinking I was going to heal my hands. And as soon as I got in the first crop circle, totally forgot about my hands. And ever since, pretty much totally forgot that was why I went. I just was so blown away in the first crop circle. And there I am with Victoria, still didn't know who she was. And it's raining, it's cold, but we still walked, we had these directions. I followed her. But I was the leader walking through the tractor lines called tram lines, and it's drizzly and cold, and we're all getting soaked in our jeans and shirts and whatever. But we just kept walking, and all of a sudden the hair just stood up on our arms and tingles on top of the head. And I was like, whoa, something's going on here. And I turned around and looked at them, and they both just big eyes nodded like, yeah, I feel something. There's my daughter and there's Victoria. So they're just nodding. And I said, let's keep going, but no talking. So we walk, and all of a sudden the wheat just dropped down. And it was this, see, goosebumps, this just meticulous, flawless, like one circle of wind must have blown it down, but there wasn't a hair out of place. It was so meticulous. And all of us just were like welcomed in. It feels almost like water. It pulls you in. And we just all walked in totally amazed. And it wasn't a circle. It was kind of a strange formation shape, but it was absolutely flawless, except this one little area in the middle. And it was chopped up and cut up. It looked like somebody took a hacksaw and just wrecked it, or an animal, but what, it landed from space, or it jumped into the way, 30, 40 feet. It was just right there, a mess in the middle, and otherwise really immaculate. So my daughter's like, yeah, I'm cold. I got to go, and back to the car. I'll just sit in ours. And so I was like, okay, the other lady was there with the two dogs. She didn't want to come in. So I see my daughter, walking through this huge field, acres, and I'm just watching her because I'm protective. And Victoria and I are in our corners, walking quietly. And all of a sudden I turn around, and we're both holding a pendulum and running a pendulum in our corner. And I turned around, and we looked at each other and went, okay, nice to meet you. Let's talk. What did you get? And I said, I get it's a real crop circle, and somebody hacked this up. I don't know how, but that's what I got. She said the same. And all of a sudden I hear this yelling man, and I look over, and there's this very large man in a white shirt is all I remember, yelling at my daughter. And she just came out of the crop circle. And of course I'm like, oh crap, I got to stop this experience and, go rescue her. So I'm wailing through the crop circle, and Victoria came behind me. And she wasn't wailing, wasn't her kid. But man, by the time I got there, I was so glad I was late, because my daughter was so much smarter than me. The man is, sure enough, a big fat farmer. And he's got a strap and a bag on the back of him, like a big carry bag. And he was yelling, get off my property if you think, and I could shoot you. And I mean, he was just really yelling at her. And she, as I come up and I'm panting, says, lo siento, señor, no hablo inglés. And I went,
Brilliant.
no hablo inglés también. I don't speak in English. And I'm like, oh God, Victoria, here comes the queen of whatever, don't speak. So she speaks Spanish also. And the three of us kibitzed in Spanish. And the farmer, he turns around, he's crabby, walked away. And on his back was a hacksaw in his bag. And I looked at Victoria. It just nodded. And that was my first crop circle. And otherwise, it was the most magnificent 100+ crop circles I went in, where I just felt like I didn't even touch the ground walking in. Each one was different. All of them, most all of them, the hair stood up, which means a definite electromagnetic frequency raise. Most every single one I was in was real. And then all of a sudden, everything changed when ufology was, I'm just going to say, infiltrated. So was the English, I'm sorry to say, spiritual government, crop circle thing. And the farmers had to no longer let us in. And all the UFO things back here in America got completely filled up with fakers, liars, actors, and the whole field died in a short period of time. And it's so weird. It's why I hesitated even talking about crop circles today, because the 10th scientist was just found deceased that's been talking about free energy. And, that's going on now. And I lived through the UFO community, in my opinion, all the greats passed away within a short period of time. And I got wounded a few times, and they tried to take me out a few times. And that's what ties me to this product that brought you and I together for another reason, is that this is the only reason I believe I'm still alive, is this dang molecule that won the Nobel Prize. I started taking it after I got poisoned by uranium. And also, I had something else happen, which I barely want to mention. But, also mercury poisoning.
Weapon at the airport.
Yeah, getting dropped.
Directed energy weapon so many times. It's crazy.
You've been hit?
Oh, yeah.
There's many times?
There's a lot of us, multiple times. You probably heard of Dr. Ardis. I've sat down with him, and he was talking about all the stuff that he's been revealing. And I was like, it just popped in my mind, the intuitive thing, just out on a limb with a question. Have you ever been hit by directed energy weapons? I don't even know, because I had been. I wanted to see if he had been hit by them, how he had dealt with it. And he said, oh, yeah, I've been hit several times as well. And normally what I do is I go to the bathroom and I run water and it grounds me. And I was like, yeah, I do the same thing.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I was told the same thing. I got a hot tub and I just soaked.
There you go.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, so, I'm glad you survived, because like you said, there was a lot of people that were truthfully revealing, and they just hacked them out, viciously. You've been pretty quiet. You don't go too deep down the rabbit holes anymore. That's the unfortunate thing. But, at some point, we will be able to do that. Who knows when that's going to actually happen? But, we can kind of talk around subjects to a certain extent at this point.
Well, what I wanted to do is just bring back the magic a little bit today.
Yeah.
Do you have that link to the 3 video clips? Because I decided to share little chunks of my final film, Crop Circle Diaries. And I'm old, I'm willing, but this is the very first crop circle that came this year. Mm-hmm. And I'm glad I prefaced it with, all of a sudden the farmers had to go quiet. Literally, I was told in 2016, we can't let you on the property anymore, or we'll lose our monthly payment from the government, our stipend.
Wow.
And, that's the farmers. So they had to mow out some of the great crop circles. Unbelievable. Oh, this one I'm sitting on. They had to mow out this one. The doorway.
Mm.
Yeah, it was green, not blue, and not a pillow. But yeah, I have all these beautiful pillows of crop circles because I still like to see them on a regular basis. This is the only one that we've seen so far this year, and it came the day before Easter. Now, it seems like such a blatant, clear, beautiful message of the cross, Jesus, Christianity, and then the world wrapped around it, north, east, south, west, all the directions, earth, air, water, fire, all the directions within the cross. I mean, what a beautiful statement the day before Easter. But there it is. There's the location. I even had the GPS, but I deleted it because you guys don't care about that yet. But it happened on 4/4/26, like a week ago. And they called it the first rumor. RUMOUR, that's how they spell it in England, of 2026 has been reported anonymously in the official, Crop Circle group. What's the official? So the official one is cropcircleconnector.com, in my opinion, and I couldn't even find it in there. It was under rumor. Wow. So the season has begun, and I think that's a very telling first crop circle. But when I realized that all the summers I was there, we had 50 to 75 crop circles a year in England alone.
Yeah.
2007, 8, 9, booming. I'd get up in the morning at a B&B and we'd go down for coffee, and the host would say, oh, yes, there's a new crop circle down on Honey Street. And we'd just fly out the door. Like, the pilots would fly over at 5:30 a.m. and they'd call the research center And as long as we greased our wheels there, which means just be nice and be honest, and be regular, I was there every morning. I got to know where the new crop circles were, and I got there before a lot of tourists stepped on the wheat so that I could film it really clean and pristine. And I don't know why I was such a threat, other than the third clip maybe that we're going to show today if we get that far.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm no threat. The deal is I just didn't realize that I was dealing with deep state people that didn't want the truth getting out about crop circles. They wanted the data that the BBC put out, or Ancient Aliens put out, or the other actors, you know, a couple of old guys, Doug and Dave, you know, they made these crop circles with boards and ropes. Well, it's really obvious when every 3 feet you can see the board went down, or when it's just a clean, beautiful formation. So everything I saw was pretty darn clean, with only 1 or 2 exceptions. It was really exceptional when I was filming. Let's go to the first clip, because this is the beginning of my final film, Crop Circle Diaries. It's just the first 3 minutes when I literally woke up in a crop circle, except that I'm filming this now and narrating it. But in 2008, my second year there, I spent it might have been 2007, my first year. At the end, it was in August, early August, I passed out in a crop circle. And when I woke up, I literally that day started telling stories and making movies. And talking about intuition, I was always in the right place at the right time. I had this huge, ridiculous camera. Still today, couldn't tell you what any of the parts are other than lens, door that opens, and turn those things until it's crystal clear and hit play. And here's zoom. I mean, that was it. I was not trained, and maybe you can tell, but the footage was because I was there in the epicenter in more than 100 crop circles over 10 years. So I was just raw. I was so green. I had no idea that telling the truth was a problem. But in 2013, they made it a problem, whoever they were. And they slashed across my website this statement: telling the truth in times of universal deceit is a revolutionary act. And then it was, it was a bizarre message down below. It said George Orwell, but they kind of teased it up a little, so it wasn't exactly his statement. But, they were trying to scare me in 2013. I was so green, I still didn't get it. I was like, oh, what kind of a dumb idiots, hack my website, And then there were 200 stores on Amazon selling my stuff, and I got 5 copyright claims for my original music. I'm sorry, nope, that's me playing the harp, and that's a song that I wrote, but I got 5 copyright claims that you can't clean up. Back then, it was what everybody's crying about now. Oh, suppression is so bad. Yeah, you should have seen what I went through.
No kidding. Wow, they just made something up, and that's the way they do on Amazon, CIA-controlled Amazon. So sad.
Well, I'm grateful to still be here. Knock, knock.
Yes,
and I really trust my intuition a whole lot more. But this chapter, I would never give back. Being in a crop circle was one of the most spectacular times of my life. And I just kept doing it and doing it all day long. And if somebody would knock at my B&B door at 5 and say, Patty, you're not going to believe it, there's another crop circle over in Woundaway. It was just, oh God, I am beyond tired. Okay, give me a minute to put some clothes on. And I'd go. It was just like, kind of like a sickness. You just felt like there's no way I can walk another foot, but I have to. And it was so rewarding. So this is literally what it feels like inside a crop circle. And it's the beginning of my final film, Crop Circle Diaries.
Where am I? What happened? I feel really odd. Oh my God, I passed out in a crop circle. How long have I been here? What are those beams of light in the sky? I've never seen them before. Feels like they're watching me. feels kind of good. The beams of light moved around the field into every nook and cranny. They were moving carefully all over the field like they were doing a job or something. So what is this pattern I'm sitting in? What's the crop circle message? On the ground, all I see are triangles and cubes, but the electromagnetic energy is definitely enhanced. I've got goosebumps all over my body from head to toe. The top of my head is tingling. I feel dizzy, looking around like I'm spinning in a vortex. A tornado of blended, enhanced frequencies. I understand. This must be crop circle magic.
So I woke up in that formation, completely delirious. And I was kind of sunburned, and I wasn't sure if it was from the sun or from the experience, but that's how it started. And I made 8 movies, and all of them are live in the fields, in the crop circle fields. But this formation, I think, was the most stunning. I was not in it, but it's on the cover. It has 409 independent circles.
Wow.
And when you walk into one, you think, oh, I'm in the crop circle, without realizing there's 408 other circles that are connected through a teeny little opening. And then it's like, whoa, another. And then you're lost in this huge circle of, literally, it turned out to be Fibonacci sequence, which is mathematics that are perfect. And you know, they multiply on top of each other, but the sizes were actually a spiral of Fibonacci sequences, which was mind-boggling. And the fact that my friend Charles Mallet, who ran the research center, walked the perimeter at 5:30 a.m. It was raining all night, so he had on these big sloshy boots, and it's really hard when they get full of mud. I'm sure you know more than I do, you know, from combat times. But in crop circle mud, it was, you know, we were still determined to get there, and the boots get real heavy. They're heavy to begin with, those big rubber wellies. So he walked the whole perimeter. He said there wasn't one footstep at 5:30 a.m. in this formation, and it wasn't there the night before. So the man that I was with filming my last couple of movies, he maps out big, huge homes in Telluride before they get built. And he said, you couldn't map this out in a night. Like, the farmers would have seen all kinds of pegs and markers and strings and stuff had this been planned in advance. So it turned out that once I kind of quit making films, I met the lady that worked with William Levengood, and I learned the actual science of how crop circles are happening. And there was one formation that somebody filmed. His name was John Waby or John Whaley. They couldn't decide, but he came into the bar restaurant one day, excited because he had this small little mini camera, and he filmed balls of light making a crop circle.
Wow.
And he was over the moon about it. And a couple of my friends were there because it was back during those days. And I think it was 1996. And he presented this footage of balls of light laying a crop circle down in seconds. And half the group there was like, oh my God, you actually filmed it. Everybody else was like, oh, you know, it was before computers. It was before CGI, 1996, Oliver's Castle footage. And it was a simple formation, but the fact that supposedly he filmed balls of light making it, and then they checked it and flew slowly away, was mind-boggling. So when I started making movies, I was the new girl at all the UFO events. And my movies were charming because they were innocent. And I was so green that I wasn't a snob yet, or, you know, highly knowing. I was just like totally excited crappie girl, you know, oh my God, I got all these crop circle movies. And So everybody gave me permission to other UFO footages, all the old guys. So I didn't have to pay.
You even had Stephen Greer. You're not related, but you had Stephen Greer at one point work with you, right?
No.
You just took a picture with him?
I just took a picture.
Okay.
Mike and I, the guy that was helping me film my last 2 years, we went into the center of a formation that I was ready to film. And there's this group, oh God, and a guy standing there teaching them, and they're passing all these crystals, and it was Stephen. So I was like, I want the center, get out. I'm making a movie, get out. It was kind of funny, but I didn't say a word other than just my feeling like, crap, there's a group of people. Then I saw Stephen and he saw me, and it was really a surprise to me where he said, ladies and gentlemen, this is Patty Greer, the blah, 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 the famous filmmaker. And he introduced me and raved about my movies. And I was just like, oh, wow, that's nice. And some of the people that paid $4,000 or $5,000 going, I could feel them growling like, this is our time. And Stephen goes, why don't you sit down and join us? And, I looked at Mike and I said, let's just be polite until they get out of here. So we sat down and joined the group, and it was nice to meet Stephen, but that was it. On the other hand, I took a photo with him after the group got up and they were all going and, looking at the wheat, which was great. I walked up and introduced Mike, and he was holding 2 compasses, and I have a photo of it, but I didn't bring it for today. And they were pointing north that way and north this way, right there, side by side. The compasses were in the opposite directions of each other. So there I was in the middle of a crop circle with counter-rotating spin, like, wait, what? And then when I made my final film, Crop Circle Diaries, it's too long of a story, but I was brought to Penny Kelly's farm, and she's the only person that actually knew the science, because she worked with a scientist that was researching crop circle wheat and nodes. And for about 50 years, he was a plant and soil guy. And then he sees these crop circle 90-degree angle. Can you see that?
Oh, yeah.
That wheat, it was bent, and the whole field was bent at a 90-degree angle.
A little higher. There you go. Wow.
I'm trying to get the glare out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I grabbed a lot of centers, and they're curved, and they've got weird like burn marks, because when a crop circle.
How long ago did you get those?
2007-8.
And look at it. They're still perfect.
Yeah.
That's
kind of like a McDonald's burger.
And its own.
Yeah, that's true. Here's a nice curved one. Can you see that little rounded one?
Yeah.
Yeah, wheat doesn't really grow round. But what happens literally that I learned from Penny Kelly and William Levengood is crop circles literally get heat. What it is spinning plasma coming out of the earth in pairs. It's not coming from the sky. Crop circles are not happening because a couple old guys with boards and ropes, unless there's cameras rolling and a producer standing there saying, okay, do this, then maybe. But crop circles, the real ones that make the hair stand up on your arm, are coming out of the earth in counter-rotating vortices, spinning plasma fields, and they're going in opposite directions. And I have all the evidence you could want in this movie about the science. But that's what was fascinating to me, was that in the middle of the crop circle was Stephen Greer, with the north going in that direction. It was right there in my face. And then when Penny and Lefty sketched it, it was the counter-rotating spinning plasma fields that create crop circles. So it is a whole different science for people to understand that they're not aliens. They're not satellites shooting down laser images. There might be a few for TV. Again, I'm not saying never, but the way they're really happening is pretty magical. Yeah, this is Penny Kelly. And when she and I went on camera together, the science that came out and the comparisons, and it's all in this movie, Crop Circle Diaries.
Mm.
Was mind-boggling. And I showed her this image that I'm going to explain in the next clip. And I said, Penny, what is this? And literally, I think I have it on the side of one of the films. Oh, here it is. It's it looks like a binary code. Can you see that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a binary code. And what it is was, you'll see in this video, but I took the Oliver's Castle footage because I got permission to use it in my first film. And to end the movie with this amazing balls of light laying down a crop circle in seconds, because wow, how amazing is that? And nobody proved him wrong, but a lot of people tried. So as I thought the film was done with my 26-year-old editor that I hired on Craigslist, I mean, this was 20 years ago, there's that little intuitive voice that comes in sometimes, and I'm sure you know, where you just go, wait a minute, stop. Try this instead. And that's what happened when I finished, I thought, my first movie, The Wake Up Call. Anybody listening? With this gorgeous crop circle on the cover. And we thought the movie was done. And all of a sudden, I'm walking out of the editing room, which was my house. And the little hairs started standing up on my arms and on the top of my head. And I just started creeping out. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute. And he looked at me and he goes, I don't know you very well, but you look weird. And I said, I don't know you very well, but I feel weird. And I want us to turn around and go back in and turn the gear back on. He was like, why? I thought we were going to take a break. We just finished the movie. And I was like, there's something more. And I didn't know, but that little voice just kept saying, there's something more. So we turned around and went back in. And I looked at the monitor, and there's this big blue orb, beautiful blue, looked like a flowers inside. And I went close up to the screen and I said, where'd that blue orb come from? I don't even recognize it. And he didn't either. So he walks around the back of the computer and he said, that monitor's not plugged in. So now I'm totally creeped out. I'm just like, wait, what? Okay, that's it. Plug it back in. We've got work to do. So Penny Kelly started to describe that, you know, sometimes when an orb comes in, it's a messenger. But I did intuitively listen. And I said to this poor editor, show me that footage again and reverse it. And that's what this next clip is. And it's literally what happened when I found this incredible piece of evidence.
I said, show me the Oliver's Castle footage where two balls of light lay a crop circle down in seconds. Show it to me again. He said, why? I said, I don't know, just do it. So he lit it up and I watched it and I said, reverse it. He said, why? I said, I don't know, just do it. So he reversed it. We watched it. The chills came back and I said, slow it down. He said, how slow? I said, I don't know, 30%. And we both looked at each other like, where did that number come from? Why did I say that? I said, I don't know, just do it.
And there it was, the binary code communication between two balls of light telling each other, I'll do this, you do that, let's lay this thing down.
Crazy. You're tapping in.
Blew my mind. Poor editor, he's 26, he's innocent. I've been in, like 15 crop circles, so I'm all wooed out, and
Yeah, totally.
I'm ready, the hair's standing up my arm. They must be here in the room somewhere. I'm like fine with it. He was like, they who, what? Like, that was weird. Anyway, I did discover that communication. And when I showed it to Penny Kelly, I had an 8x10 glossy because that was quite a find. And it was also evidence to me that I knew nothing, but I knew that what I found there was those balls of light communicating in an instant. And then the field went down in an instant. And it was perfection. This one and that one did different things. And together, the spinning, counter-rotating vortices created that crop circle in seconds. I mean, that's how they're all happening. And for people to be in such denial is only because there's actors that are paid a lot of money to dissuade the reality of what's going on. And I have been suppressed like no tomorrow. So I make very little effort. Today I came out of my closet because the first crop circle just happened the day before Easter, a beautiful cross with the world and all the directions. Like, what a beautiful gift. But it's like the people in England had to call it a rumor on the website, the Crop Circle Connector. So I recommend everybody join the cropcircleconnector.com website because it does document all the crop circles that we've had in the past. Sadly, I think they're not allowed to document much anymore, but hopefully we're turning that around now. But for me, I'm just full of evidence. I've got stones that I picked up in the crop circles that I keep in bottles, jars around the house. And it was chalk, just a chalky rock, but they're all blasted in half, chalk on the outside, but some kind of slate or something on the inside. There's black, there's blue, there's white, and they're all different, but they're all chalk on the outside, blasted. So it was a really intense heat that was spinning those plasma vortices with intention to create a specific pattern. Crop Circle Connector, love those guys. And my movies are available there, but I guess they might be if they are still under DVDs. I was one of the originals to deliver 20 years ago. Good God, Patty, 18 years now. But yeah, you can see all the crop circles from the different years.
Wow.
2007, 2008 were really phenomenal. Lately, there's been very few because I don't think they're allowed to document them. And farmers are scared. I'm such a drag, but God, was it fun. And yeah, let's look at a couple more photos and then I'll show you this great video. And again, the reason I'm celebrating with you still is because I got to stay alive.
Yeah.
I got to stay alive.
There is a reason why. Yeah. Oh, wrong one. Let me go back.
No, that's fine. So that's the movie cover, Crop Circle Diaries. And my website, you can go there, is cropcirclefilms.com.
Okay.
If you guys want to stream the movies or get DVDs, that's how old school I am. This one, my final film, received the People's Choice Award and the Best Feature Film, Best UFO Feature Film. I ended up getting 5 of them. And I had so much fun until I didn't, until I got really hurt and then poisoned a few years later. But the highlight was this movie and sharing it with the people at the International UFO Congress Convention, which used to be a great event. I wouldn't go to any events myself anymore. But in the center of that movie cover, I'd see my 5 EBE awards, which were the highlight, other than the next image, which I don't think I've ever shared on a show. You're going to laugh. I made it on the cover of UFO magazine.
Yay.
I climbed up quite a hill to get there, to look down on that crop circle down there in the field. And luckily some human walked by and I handed her my camera and I said, would you just do a shot of me with a crop circle over my shoulder? It worked.
That's fantastic.
So,
and I see you get your boots on too. Good job.
Oh yeah, those are the wellies. And I still have them. I left them in my rental car. I ended up paying, $150 to have them shipped to me because some dang psychic in America said, oh, you must have those boots back. So they're in my closet. Yeah, I mean, if I've got wheat centers and stones, I've definitely got the wellies.
So if you want this magazine, it's actually on Amazon. So Patty's, and I have the link in the description box, and Patty's DVDs, still got the DVDs out there. You're going to have to go back in time and find a DVD player or dig it out. But I've seen all your movies, and they're fantastic. Great deep insights. They'll put you in the zone like you were. It's pretty cool.
I was tripping.
Yeah.
I was totally tripping during that time. You can't put your feet on the ground when you're going in crop circles. And all the people that were there were really fascinating people. And there weren't a lot of us, but we were like a sprinkling of researchers from different countries that came in and met every summer. And we'd all wander in the crop circles and drive our cars and try and find them. It was like a treasure hunt. It was just so fun. But I always had a camera and I was fearless. And whenever the weather was bad and I'd go to the airport to fly these little microlight planes, the pilot, the first time I flew, the pilot goes, "Door on or door off?" And I was like, "What does that mean?" And he goes, "Well, the professional photographers don't want a door on their side of the plane." And I was like, "Okay, and how high are we flying?" "Oh, 2,000 to 3,000 feet." And I was like, okay.
Were you strapped in?
I said, "Where's the halter?" He goes, "Oh, no, it's just a little seat belt." It's literally like a man's belt. Like there was nothing except the plane flying in a circle, pushing you. It was gravity away from falling out the door. But the one pilot that we flirted naughtily, he liked to scare the crap out of me. So he really cut the angle. "Just don't slow it down. That's not funny." And I was like, "Where's the halter?" And he was like, "Oh, no, just the belts." And I had a huge movie camera. I was so old school. Now you can do an iPhone. And I also had a small camera for snapshots, but the movie camera was huge. So I had them both strapped on. I had one tied down all the time when we were flying. Your hair is blowing, everything, blah, blah, blah,
Yeah. You're sticking your head out and you go, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Your head doesn't go out, but you can lean pretty far. It was amazing. And when I got with a better pilot, my movies became a lot easier to film. But, once you're up, it's just like, no, give me one more circle because that's just too incredible. And when you're looking at it this way, it shows one pattern. But when you're looking at it that way, it looks completely different. And that's the final clip that I'm going to share with you, because a lot of people say, why are there so many sacred geometry crop circles? Why are there so many that are just like a basic mandala? Like this one in the middle, kind of like a mandala, where the center, you can see like a circle and everything around it is a mirror image to itself. And Sugar Hill, the one that I had my experience in, another pillow, is sacred geometry, where there's a center circle.
That's star.
But only if you spin it really fast. And I got on this roll after 4 or 5 movies where I started spinning crop circles. And that's when all of a sudden I may have discovered something that made people mad at me. I don't know. I don't care. I do care because I got hurt a few times. But, hey, I'm still here. I'm going to show this clip. And it's not literally the crop circles. It's this guy in Holland, total different kind of guy. I didn't say weirdo whack job. I said different kind of guy. Sorry, Rob. He ended up saying, no, you can't share it, but he let it go. And he let it go in the beginning when he gave it to me. But he took crop circles and made them in black and white. And then he started to spin them. But when we talked about counter rotating spin, I realized that he started spinning a lot of crop circles and then counter rotating the center. So now you've got literally how crop circles are happening with the spinning plasma vortex. And when he started spinning a whole bunch of different ones, it was like propulsion. It was a whole different pattern than what you thought you were seeing. So this next group is real crop circle patterns, but they're in black and white and they're being spun. This blows my mind.
What you're seeing now
It's my
is
heart.
a counter-rotating spin. Why would we do this? Probably because of the information within these forms. So what we have here are images of real crop circles that are sacred geometry, which means a pattern, a mandala, that has a center dot, and everything from that dot going out is a mirror image of the pattern across the field. So everything matches from the center out when we are looking at sacred geometry. And when it comes to crop circles and you start to spin them, all of a sudden the image changes. And what we see is something far more interesting than the basic pattern, but they
There's
need
counter
to be
rotating.
spun. So what you're looking at now is perhaps a technology for propulsion or a schematic for propulsion. But it appears that what we are looking at is a counter rotating spin from the middle to the outside of the pattern that's creating information. And that information, when used appropriately, mathematics explored, are going to give us a lot more information about perhaps free energy, spaceship propulsion, all kinds of vehicle propulsions. And here we are with these beautiful crop circle patterns, and we had no idea to spin them. Well, luckily somebody in Holland named Rob, who wants to stay anonymous, did just that. And he did an incredible job, which gave my mind, who had been in most of these crop circles I'm looking at, or at least many of them, a whole new way to look at the sacred geometry of crop circles. A simple pattern becomes very complex and gives us a lot more information than what we originally knew. Familiar?
Wow, those are all very stunning, very beautiful.
And it's something that you don't see when you look at it.
Yeah.
So what an interesting explanation, because crop circles show up in pictograms, like a picture of a hummingbird or an octopus, or they come in a binary code, which gives us a message.
Mm-hmm.
And like the message at the turn of the century that said, beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises, in binary code. And it was an alien face and a disc.
Mm-hmm.
I have that here. And beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises. Much pain, but still time. Right after 9/11. Believe there is good out there. We oppose deception.
Wow.
Closing. So living through the incredible UFO field of extreme delight and joy and sharing reminds me a lot of living through the C60 world and discovering this amazing product. And there I was, like, ailing and really wounded. And somebody luckily gave me a sample of this. And I started doing it. And then I hooked up with the lab making it and decided, gosh, do I want to go and put myself in a shooting gallery as a target a little longer? Or would I rather do something safe and help people rescue themselves from the shots, the flu, and all the long-term damage that those things have done, or just basically drinking water in America or eating food in America or breathing the air, you know, all these things that are such an assault. We can somehow fight it back if we just get the right remedies in our bodies. And this was kind of a C60 EVO show only because I'm still here. And crop circles, you know, I talk about them very rarely, but I think that there's so many realities. They're so exquisite. And this right here is kind of like my new chapter. It's not going and having adventures, but it's reading adventures of people around the world that are writing us saying, oh my God, my hands aren't shaking anymore. Oh my gosh, I'm sleeping now. I can walk again. My dog is still alive. I mean, like, the testimonials are my joy now. It's not like walking in a crop circle, little hairs go up on my arm, but it's kind of the next chapter of where we need to be right now. And you're unleashing intuition, and your shows that are so incredibly intuitive keep me stimulated And I know that you do this product every day, so I know that we're part of your daily regimen too, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot of people are pushing back on at the same time that that crop circle came out. We had Artemis 2 going on. There's lots of different stuff that's out there that takes that down and so forth. Kind of like what happened to the crop circles. Who knows what's true as far as that's concerned? But I think the key is using your intuition and focusing on the timeline that you want to be on. And ours is health and wellness, right? If you don't have that, then you don't share your stories anymore. And that's one of the things that we have to look at going forward. Regardless of what timeline you're on, you can find, because I've seen a lot of people discounting a lot of stuff as you have over time, and the latest space shot, whatever that was, right? I see a lot of people discounting stuff, and I'm like, you don't even know what you're talking about parachutes. I've been under parachutes, and I've pushed multi-ton boats out, and saw them deploy with parachutes. So there's just, everybody wants to make things fit in their own little timeline, and you can find the stuff that you want to fit in those timelines. If it's negative, you'll find the negative stuff. You'll create the negative stuff. If you want to find a positive, look for the positive, and that's what you've done. And that's why I appreciate working with you.
Thank you. Well, and the most positive thing about this product that you see in front of you that I've held up a few times is that it's brain food. And what it does literally is it goes into the mitochondria, which is the powerhouse of every cell. And the brain has 2 million mitochondria per cell. So the brain is going to be the first thing to get better when you start taking C60 EVO. And boy, right now, to be able to tell if Artemis is true or false, or to even be polite enough to say what you feel is a skill anymore. Just being graceful and being honest and being kind are things that I hope people will get back to. Beautiful. And the one thing about clearing the toxicity in your brain is that you can be nice again. And you have a lot less mind fog, brain fog. And boy, do we need it right now, because this is a very confusing time. I don't know what to think about Artemis. I didn't take the time to study it, or Erica and Candace fighting, or Tucker getting mad at Trump. I just don't want to do that. What I want to do is focus on how can we make ourselves the best person possible today, because I've already been through so much. And now I'm in my 70s. My mom is like 97 next month. And I look at her like, how the heck do you do this? Because, it's already hard in my 70s. And I'm thinking, yikes, but I keep giving her the Evo, and she has outlived all of her friends. And her skin is absolutely gorgeous. I have to bring my mom on one of our shows coming up, because she's a piece.
I love that. Yeah, that'd be good.
She takes the Evo every day, and she does the face serum. And when she runs low, I get a photo of the bottle sideways from my mom at almost 97. That's her saying, so yeah, I keep her stocked up because she's my idol. Now we fight about it, but she's still strong as could be, still has a memory like a steel trap. And she goes, oh, no, I don't. And then I ask her something about when I was 14, and she knows right away what I'm talking about. So it's like this stuff.
Well, we've had a lot of people that have had that shot, like 70%, at least in America. And then the world, some places, they're well over 90%. Now, I just saw, and I'm going to talk about this on my next show, where this gentleman's bringing up that HIV cases are like through the roof in all the major cities. And it started back in 2022 through 2024. And now it's really accelerating. So that sounds like a time frame where people are getting those shots. So what you're sharing right now has kept a lot of people alive that have gotten those shots, and like your mother, and she's going strong like you're talking about. So that's something to consider.
Yeah. Well, It is also been proven, peer-reviewed report, that it's 125 times stronger than vitamin C as an antioxidant. But, you know, in this industry of C60, carbon-60 fullerenes, our lab has been manufacturing it for 34 years with integrity. And we produced the product that has been delivered to almost all the peer-reviewed tests. But I hear companies that are working out of a basement, I'm sure, buying their products from Costco, oil, and their C60 from China, industrial grade, good price, and they're selling it with the recommendations that we do. And they talk about the peer-reviewed study. The rats live 90% longer. Well, I'm sorry, that was ESS 60 from our lab, not the stuff from China, dude. So we're seeing a lot of spamming on when you shop for C60 EVO. So be really mindful. You always want to get ESS 60, which is the difference in what we do than the rest of the industry that we left behind in 2019 when we created C60 EVO, which is the evolution away from the industrial C60 to only ESS 60, made specifically for people and pets. So these are the top items right here that we sell more of than anything. It's the olive oil, and our olive oil comes from a farm in Tunisia blended with a naturally occurring molecule that's carbon-60, but there's not enough in nature to supply the world at the level that we're selling right now, let alone moving into the future when people are really going to realize how much we all need this. Maybe in the water instead of fluoride would be nice, except that it's not water soluble. So that won't work, but you can buy it, put it on a spoon, and get yourself healthy. We sell the olive oil in 4 ounce, 8 ounce, 16, and the bad boy 32, which you have one and I have one. Yeah, it's a big bottle. Yeah, that's a daddy size bottle. And
Yep,
we do
almost half gone.
Oh, way to go. We have 3 flavors that the oil comes in, but the peer-reviewed studies have all been with the olive oil because it holds more ESS 60 than any of the other flavors. And it's strong. It's real olive oil from Tunisia, so you can taste it. It's super peppery. And then there's the avocado oil, wonderful, nutty, great on a spoon. You can pour it on a salad, but then you got to lick your plate if you want to get all the oil up. And then there's the MCT coconut oil, fabulous in my morning coffee.
Absolutely.
Really, really good, literally half as strong because it only holds half the amount of the molecule that the olive oil does in the suspension. And believe me, we've left them for weeks at a time. And in the MCT, a lot of the ESS 60 falls to the bottom, whereas the olive oil, it blends in. And they all go for 3 weeks nonstop in these huge urns. It's a beautiful process. So the sampler set is very nice because you can try all the flavors, 2 ounce, 4 ounce, 8 ounce samplers, and that's just different size bottles. And if you sign up for a monthly subscription for any product, you'll save 20% every month. So our facial serum that my mom swears by, I do too. I think you and your wife use this also, don't you? The advanced facial serum.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So that's when people say, where do I start? We recommend the Inside Out Starter Set. And that includes the advanced facial serum, all natural, 21 organic, vegan, gorgeous ingredients, smells like rosemary oil, and it has a base of chia seed oil, which I don't think any other facial product does. That's our trick. And it's because our formulator has written over 20 books on every food in the forest, how you can eat it, drink it, smoke it, make boiled with the roots and heal from it. So she is a spectacular formulator, Brigitte Mars. And our products all smell amazing and the ingredients are excellent because we have that kind of help and a lab that's been at it 34 years. So we also sell products for people and pets. We've got a dog formula that's basically the olive oil, our top seller, and it's got a bacon flavor dogs love. The cat one has a salmon flavor that cats love. And all of a sudden, you see your lethargic pets get up and go again. And so you can buy just the bottle alone for the dog, or you can get the dog lover set. And any sets that you buy, you get 15% off. We take it off. And then the monthly subscription, you still get another discount. But no matter what you buy, we are all about discounts. At checkout, you'll see Michael has a secret code for another $15 off at checkout. And now we can save on bundles, which are only available on this landing page. They are not available on the website. So you can buy a 3-pack and save 15%, which is 3 bottles, or a 6-pack and save 20%, or you can get the biggest discount is a dozen quantity, and the dozen quantity is 25% off. So you want to go check out the store, and we are offering it on our top selling items, which is the starter set. 1 or 2 is that discount. And just take a look at c60evo.com/unleashing intuition. And if you go to the bottom of the page, I think you'll see the case deals. Nope, you got to go to the website store for that. But the cases, you'll save 25% when you buy 12 bottles at a time. And that's a great discount. But don't forget to use the coupon code for Michael at checkout to get a little more discount. So that's the store with every product individual, or the cases. We sell a lot of cases because people are concerned, stocking up food, stocking up water. You should be stocking up C60 EVO. And the reasons are for energy, flexibility, endurance, and better sleep at night. It's amazing that it delivers all of that. But again, I recommend take it before noon. Unless you drink too much at night, take it at night and you'll feel better in the morning than expected. So these are the big cases. Oh my God, a 32-ounce case. Imagine that is a heavy, heavy box coming to you. Yeah, I just opened the glass bottles because we just went glass, and they are heavy and they are wrapped like you got to fight your way into them. It was some work getting the products open yesterday, but what a treat, because now they're all in glass bottles, all the edible oil.
Okay. Yeah, good. So that's amazing. And, just like we talked about, there's, with the crop circles and the UFO stuff, they just came out and just ravaged all that information. The crop circle stuff, like you talked about, it seems like it was kind of interrelating with the UFO, vehicles that they were finding, and trying to figure out how, the propulsion systems worked and so forth. It's Bob Lazar. There's a new movie out about him and his discovery of the, propulsion systems and so forth, and how they went after him, tried to kill him. Fortunately, because he came out and talked a lot, probably that may have helped you as well, because you talked a lot. And that's what I do. I know that's helped me stay alive. So, but you have to be, you have to tread carefully. So the real technology of how we're moving and can move in space or through portals or whatever, however we're moving around, is being restricted from us at this point. I think we're going to see in the future that it's going to be revealed. But in the meantime, we kind of tiptoe around this stuff still. The crazy stuff, like even, you guys with your incredible technology and medical help and health and wellness. We even have, fraud in that as well, like you were talking about. I was using some of that fraud at one time, and I was like, when is this stuff going to start to work? And I've spent a lot of money on this. Everybody says this is the greatest stuff. And I know there was other people, other influencers like me, I didn't start to share until I met you guys, but I was using the fraud stuff, and nothing was happening. And I know Nino was using it, and he was actually promoting it for a while. And I was like, oh my God, Nino. So now he's doing the good stuff, thankfully. And he's finally come around. So, more and more people are sharing this. And it's thanks to you, because you talk to those guys to, let's share this with the public. And they're like, we're scientists, get out of here. And they're like, no, really. Yeah. And then they okay, let's try it. Why not? And so here we are. So thank you for that.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's funny. There are a bunch of guys at the lab. And when I said, okay, now the oil is amazing. I've been rubbing it on my face. And now my 50,000 miles of Harley skin is starting to soften. I think we need a face serum. And they're like, yeah, that's not going to happen. And then I finally won the war, and we did a face serum, and they all started using it. And their wives are like, ooh, you smell so good. So they're like, okay. And then they actually created another face serum and a hair serum with peptides. So our product line is pretty vast. I mean, head to toe improvements. We even have lip balms. Yep. Like, that's how much I won, because they're just like, okay, you're right. But the most recent product, maybe one of my faves, is the Rich Body Cream with tangerine.
That is,
oh my gosh, it smells so good. And we actually have been sold out for 3 months. So we just got it back in, and a lot of people are buying 3 packs of that. So stock up on C60 EVO. And again, the landing page is our name and his secret name, c60evo.com/unleashing intuition. And you'll find his shop and his secret code and all of our discounts. And you deserve it. That's all I can say. You got to take care of your own health, because nobody else is gonna.
And it seems like it's just constantly under attack. So you need the stuff that's going to keep you going, so you can share about these times in the future.
Can you imagine? I mean, when we explained to our kids that people went to the grocery store dressed in plastic bags.
Yeah.
And that some people, I mean, some of the stuff that we saw, wow.
Yeah. The kids in school, their desks were separated by these little same thing bags or whatever. And they're trying to play their musical instruments in bags with masks on. It's like, oh my God, what the heck? What the heck happened to us?
Yeah. I think probably the lowest we went, though, was the social engineering of getting boys to think they're girls at 6 years old. That's been a really hard, sad thing. And I live in Colorado, where it's really heavily promoted. And we actually, I shouldn't get into off the subject. I should stay just positive and happy, but our state is not.
We have to inform, otherwise then we go back down those dark roads. So.
Oh man. Yeah. Colorado's dark right now. And that's why my kids are gone in an RV touring America to see if we can find many more beautiful places. And couldn't be happier for them. But meanwhile, I'm sitting here with all the new cell towers going, oh man, this is so stupid that I'm here. So.
Well, I hope it turns around. And if it doesn't, I hope you find a great place. Kind of what we did. We got the heck out of California, and at least we still get to see the beautiful part of California from the Nevada side. But yeah, it's a mess.
And you've got the snow now, and I don't. And I'm in snow country, Colorado. But this year, they decided not to give us snow or rain. They gave us drought instead. So I'm looking forward to this summer. All the wildfire warnings. It's like at 2:00 on Saturday, be mindful. There's going to be terrible wind at 2:00 on Saturday. Okay. Well, we won't go into that subject either. We did the last show. We just got to keep our marbles straight. Yeah. And all I can say is do yourself a good one. Get a bottle of Evo. Take care of your brain. Feed your mitochondria. And don't let people screw with you. And now I'm going to confess my new shirt, which I feel kind of weird walking around my neighborhood. But then I go, I'm either going to make friends or they're not going to have a clue what my shirt says.
I love it. There you go.
Yeah, I feel a little bit naughty. Like I wore it around the hood the other day, and I was like, but I always go out when everybody's eating dinner, do my walk when everybody's like in. So I can wear my FAFO shirt and be proud. Hey, God, what do you think? I'm
what
your
does
girl.
That shirt mean? Oh.
Yeah, I love the ones on your website, but they had the swords, and I just thought, Patty, draw the line. Those aren't wings; those are swords.
Well, there's wings and then swords. So Archangel Michael with the swords.
It's really good. Yeah, we got to carry the message gently, but I'm kind of wearing it like a flag today, and who knows where I'm going to go tonight now that I'm all evoed up.
Yeah, definitely. So which goddess was that? They had the sword. Was that Diana? She had not the sword, but the spear. Shake the spear. She would shake the spear at stupid people, and that's where they think Shakespeare got his name. I don't know.
Oh,
But anyway, so there was she carried a spear, and that spear was to defeat ignorance. That was one of the things. So I forget. I think it was Diana, but anyway.
Well, we want to kind of put a good message out every day, every hour. I'm doing my best, and I feel like as a warrior and a survivor of just ridiculous human mishaps, I feel so grateful every day. And for that reason, I eat chocolate when I want it, ice cream when I want it. Like, I don't hold back because life is short. And it's funny, every decade, women get a little cocky, or at 40, you just want to be married and have the house. And at 50, you don't want any crap from anyone. And at 60, you know more than you want to, and you just don't take any crap. And by 70, you just step on it. I mean, I'm just laughing at how little I take anymore because my intuition stops me before I step into the problems. And I really respect that you are unleashing intuition with every show you do. You're reminding people to be conscious. And I think our product has helped you because I think you are more brilliant every year I know you.
Oh, thank you. And the goddess was, I looked it up, is Athena.
Oh, yes.
She's a Greek goddess of wisdom and good counsel and war. So maybe fight back a little bit against, the deep state. But how do we do that? We stay alive. That's how we fight back. Yeah. And if we stay alive, it basically takes them down a little notch because they're like, God, we're throwing everything at these guys and they keep going. What is it?
Oh, no, I think they've gotten the message. I think they've definitely.
Yeah. When we're starting to wear that kind of stuff.
Yeah. But I think that there's a lot more of them that have had one-way ticket to Gitmo than we know about.
Probably.
Probably more than most people, but my intuition says they got a busy revolving door there, and that they're just not letting us know all that, but we know what we know. And I believe things are really changing for the better. And I love that you just keep telling people, even if you don't think Artemis was or wasn't or whatever, just be nice. Just look, do the research rather than quick judging. And that made me think, oh, I did a quick judging when, I didn't go down in the water in a parachute. So maybe I don't know what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hi, Georgie. Yep. She agrees with you. Well, I guess I'm just Goddess Patty, the queen of alphabet letters.
Faithful.
Faithful.
The faithful goddess.
Yep, the faithful. Tell it like it is and keeping it real.
That's a good one. That's a good one. You earned it.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I really appreciate you and your wife, and I know she takes our products also.
Oh,
and we work together because we want to help people get real. And this is the way to keep your brain functioning by clearing the mitochondria. And again, I don't mean to be redundant, but people have no idea how foggy we are, how confused we are from listening to all these shows and different perceptions. And I don't know how I stay so clear other than this.
I agree. Yep. It does definitely help.
All right, buddy.
Big way. All right. Faithful Goddess, thanks so much for a great show again, and look forward to doing some more.
Thank you. And if people are interested in my films, I forgot to mention, and my music, I have CDs, but it's cropcirclefilms.com with an S. And I've got all my movies there and a collection set called Crop Circle Ecstasy, where they're all in one box for half the price. But they're DVDs, old school. So if you want to get funky, 1980s, 90s, 2000s, 2010 style, and you still got a DVD player, grab some DVDs because They'll trip your brain out. They're all filmed in the crop circles, not from other people's books and movies. This is the real deal, kind of like C60 EVO. So yeah, that's
Very
my
good.
story, and I'm sticking to it.
I'll put that link down in the description box as well, so everybody can get that as well. Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, good stuff.
Good stuff.
All right, thanks, Patty.
All right, buddy. Take care, and see you next month.
Absolutely.
All right. Cheers, everyone.
Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So everything pretty much is compromised. So as we discover new things about these compromised, stuff that's out there, like the space program, compromised, yes. Been talking about that for years. Is there some truth in it? Yes. Is there some truth in politics? President Trump, yes, right? But does he, seed disinformation to a certain extent on purpose? Yes, of course. So don't get caught up in being right. It's just like it's not going to serve anybody. Sometimes I get caught up in that myself, so I'm, just as guilty as everybody else. But I think it's very important going forward that we learn to just learn that there's lots of compromised stuff out there, that we're going to discover it. Don't get stuck on anything, on either side of anything, right? Because that's what they want. They've always wanted this, and they've always tried to stoke us into arguing, and nothing matters, right? Nothing really matters except for love, right? Love matters, and love is the state of consciousness that we all need to be in. So just be open-minded to all the stuff that's going out there. The compromised stuff is going to continue to expose itself. That's to be expected. Don't get stuck on something and start to get angry with other people that think differently from you. So, and like I said, sometimes I get stuck on that as well. So we're all human, and we're gonna sometimes get stuck on stupid, right? Everybody does at some point, sometime. Just move forward, right? Don't get stuck. Don't get stuck. Don't get stuck on stupid. Right. So, all right. So let's look at what's going on in the world. U.S. enforces blockade on Iranian ports. Now, this again is where I'm seeing people getting, former influencers. I say former because I think they're stuck on stupid. They're not seeing a bigger picture, and they're arguing to be right. So just presenting the information, I think, is important this time, whatever information you have. And then I'm seeing a lot of people out there that are, this is the way it is. And, everything else is wrong, right? No, right? So I see a lot of people that are not seeing a bigger picture on the Straits of Hormuz. This is to take down the money system, right? If you think it's something else, that's fine. If you see other aspects of it, that's fine. But if you attack, I think President Trump at this point, you're on the wrong side of this, and history will show that. So don't get stuck. Don't get stuck on stuff. And I don't know everything. I've been saying that it was going to be a ground war. Is it going to happen? From my experience, from what I'm seeing, it's going to happen, but maybe it won't. So that would be great if it doesn't. So just stay flexible, stay open-minded to all the different things that are happening. I know a lot of people, almost most people, they want the thing. They want the thing so that their mind can just be quiet and quit looking, because they don't like that. They want the thing, right? Most people want the thing, and if they don't get the thing, then they get angry, right? And they want to attack everybody that's not giving them the thing, right? So you're not going to get the thing. But I can tell you the thing is that President Trump is taking down the economic system, right? And I think that's one of the things that, we're going to see going forward. And then we're coming after the political types. And the political types are, I think it's already starting. We're going to talk about that. Swalwell and Gonzalez just resigned. Why did they resign? Because Congress is pushing through a bill that would cut off retirement to those people that are kicked out of Congress. How about that? So both these guys just resigned, which was, I think, is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like that in history of the political sphere. Sure, there's been some people that have resigned. I can't think of them. They're probably back there in time somewhere. Everything, all the evidence started to pile up on them. Swalwell was going to be governor of California. And he resigned from, running for governor of California because all the accusations started coming to him. And then we saw the accusations starting to come at Gonzalez, congressman from Texas, and Republican. So it's not just Democrats, guys. It's both parties. Both parties are very corrupt. And I think we're seeing the start of the takedown of the political system. It's just fantastic. All right, so let's look at this. Trump yanks troops from Spain. All right, so I've been saying for years that we're going to leave NATO. So now we're moving that position. Now, of course, people would have been arguing that's no way that we're ever going to leave NATO. I think that at this point, you have to start to realize that this is going to happen.
As far as the naval blockade is concerned, what's the end game? Is it to force Iran back to the negotiating table? Is it to open up the straits so that gas prices ultimately come down?
Maybe everything. Both of those things, certainly, and more. We can't let a country blackmail or extort.
So is it Iran that is blackmailing and extorting the world? No, it's the City of London. Right? The City of London basically took over almost 100 years ago, Iran. Right? So this is something in China. And China is going to be a problem. So China, Iran, Europe, they're all problems. They all have to be taken down. Instead of going right at the City of London, we just take away the money. Right? Just take away the money and they collapse. This is what we're going to see.
The world, because that's what they're doing. They're really blackmailing the world. We're not going to let that happen. And the amazing thing is, can you believe this? We don't use this trade. We don't need this trade. We have our own oil, gas, much more than we need.
All right. So not only do we have pretty much all the oil that we need, right? But we're also exporting on a massive scale now. We're the world's exporter of oil now. And we have light sweet crude, right? Light sweet crude is the most easily refined crude there is. There's different categories. WTI, West Texas Intermediate crude is light sweet crude, and it's very desirable, right? I don't know how many countries have that. I don't think Venezuela is light sweet crude, but they have a lot of crude. I don't know that the Middle East oil is all light sweet crude, but it is highly desirable. And I'll come back to this, but let's look at this other chart of all of the ships that are coming in right now to get American oil, right? So right here. Empty oil tankers headed to the U.S., right? So on a massive scale, we have tankers coming to the U.S. 68 of them can carry 2 million barrels each. So at least 121 empty oil tankers are making their way to the United States of America right now. Holy smokes. We are the world's gas station now, right? China can send their ships to the U.S. China can send their ships to Venezuela. Empty oil carrying ships from many nations are all headed to the U.S. to load up. Harris Faulkner, 68 of those, 28 or 2 million barrels apiece. President Trump has urged countries squeezed by Iran's disruption of the Strait of Hormuz to turn to America energy supplies instead. So we are the new Middle East oil provider, guys. Pretty cool, right? So maybe there was a method to the madness. I believe so. So again, we don't know the big picture here. There's still a lot of people out there that are criticizing President Trump throughout the social media. You know, what used to be big time influencers are basically falling apart and going to the wayside now, right? And all those people that are attacking President Trump will be shown to be on the wrong side of this. Now, can they go back to the other side? I don't know. I'm not going to follow most of them at this point. You know, the Tucker Carlsons, Alex Jones, they're done. I'm done with them, right? So will they still have followers? Sure, right? Will they still, you know, and other people, Candace Owens and all these others, will they still have followers? Sure, you know. Not moi, though. Not moi, right? No more. No mas. So it's moving on. Many of us are moving on to bigger and better. And one of those things is bigger and better is to get out of NATO, right? And we're going to talk about that.
Have more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia. Think of this. We produce more Saudi Arabia and add Russia to it. Substantially more. And by next year, we'll have double that amount. So we don't need it, but the world needs it.
Wow, that's incredible, right? So right now we have what Russia and Saudi Arabia puts out. Russia's number 2, Saudi Arabia's number 3, and we put out more than both of them combined. And President Trump just said next year we're going to double that again. Wow. So yeah, we're the new exporter of oil for the world, and the price of oil came down bigly today. And what did the stock market do? It went up bigly. Now, a lot of you guys are like, I'm so happy I stayed in the stock market. Guess what? Guess what silver did? Silver went up almost 3 times what the stock market did today. Hello. All right. So if you look at last year, silver is up well over 100%. The stock market was up, you know, not even double digits. Right. So you've been talking about going into silver. It's past time. Right. But it's not too late. I still think that silver is going to go up massively and soon. Almost breached $80 today. And once it breaches $80, maybe there's a little bit of pullback. That's the way silver works, right? So, and then maybe it takes off. Maybe it just keeps going and going and going like it did when it went over $100, right? So $100, we're going to look back at $100 and go, boy, that was cheap. Now, I've been jumping up and down. This is time to get into silver. I've been loading up on silver at this price. And I remember jumping up and down with Dr. Kirk Elliott back when it was 17. All right. So, wow. Probably within another month or two, we're probably going to see 10x from $17. Right. And that's just the beginning. So we're going to go up another probably 4 or 5 times. And then it'll be time to move over to gold. But you can stay in silver if you want to. Probably go up to, I don't know, $500,000 at some point. But that's further down the road. It's up to you guys. All right.
And many ships are heading to our country right now as we speak to load up with the best. Really, I guess you could say, somebody said the best and sweetest. I don't know exactly what sweet is, but when it relates to oil, it's a good thing. But they're coming to our country right now. There are many boats coming to our country. Now, it could very well be this is going to be settled before then. We've been called this morning by the right people, the appropriate people, and they want to work a deal.
All right. So this would be why some of these countries are going to start to flip to the U.S. side. It's because they see there's going to be protection by the U.S. against the City of London controllers, the Pilgrim Society, and so forth. We're going to see things start to flip towards the United States, and of course other countries are going to take up this banner as well and flip the deep state out, right? And at that point, the deep state is going to get super desperate and maybe do their, because I had Juan on, I asked him, is it time for Project Bluebeam because they're, disclosing all this stuff? And he said, not yet, right? So it's somewhere down the road.
They would like to work a deal.
A deal would be good, right? They want to work a deal. They're getting desperate to work a deal because they have to work a deal because guess what? We've just figured out.
All right. So this is Trish Reagan. I've been saying that she's on the right side of this. When she was at Fox, she was always great reporter. They pushed her into the late night so people couldn't see her. And then eventually they kicked her out, right? Just like Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly is just corrupt. She's showing herself. She showed herself at Fox. Remember when she did that interview with Trump and she attacked him and he's like, Megyn Kelly. So, the intel that Trump has is pretty substantial. So whatever that was. All right. So, and then she went to CNN and they kicked her out, and then she started her own show, and a lot of us supported her because, okay, so we're like, okay, she sees the way now. And now we see that she was just another infiltrator, the Pilgrim Society, right? We have to get rid of these people, guys. We have to stop following them, right? We have to shun them, stop following them.
Completely shut off their entire economy. The Iranian economy is entirely dependent on its oil exports. And sure, it's actually gone kind of well for the last 6 weeks because the price of oil has gone up. And basically, all of that oil has been going to China. And now China can't get its oil, so it's not too happy either. So it's putting pressure on Iran. I mean, not quite like we are, but it's putting pressure as well. And so if all of the oil is stopped leaving Iran and its ports, then it's got nothing. I mean, I think one of the reasons the president hesitated to do that was because he knew that it would affect overall prices, right? When you take off 20% of the world's supply, which is what the Strait of Hormuz is actually accounting for. We don't need the oil. We have plenty of oil here, of course. But when you take 20% of the world's supply off, what happens to the price of oil? It goes up. And so he didn't want the price of oil to go way up all of a sudden because, well, that's bad for everyone. Don't forget, it's a commodity. So even though we have plenty of it here, when you take off 20% of the world's supply, yeah, it's going to go up. So Iran actually benefited from that. Think about that. Because the oil prices were going up. They were still shipping their oil. They were getting their ships out going to China. And now the president said, yep, that's not going to happen anymore. We're not going to allow for that anymore at all. And so we're shutting it down, and we're going in, and all of your little Iranian ports, including Karg Island, are getting shut down. You're not going to get 1 ounce of oil out of that country as long as we have anything to say about it. And hey, Europe, it would be nice if you would step up to the plate too. And this is him over the weekend. He's demanding NATO send warships to take on Iran or lose.
All right. So demanding that NATO get involved. So NATO, he's been demanding that for a while now. And NATO is showing its true colors, right? And some countries like Spain and Italy are not only, not getting involved, but they're going the opposite direction and actually restricting the U.S. from using bases in their countries. It's incredible. So we're going to move our bases out of those countries.
Support for good because he wants them involved. Period. Full stop. And this is why the UK is figuring out it doesn't really have a choice here. It wants to salvage the relationship it has. It knows that it needs the US.
The UK, the city of London, the controllers of the world for hundreds of years, right? It doesn't have a choice anymore, right? They're being squeezed finally for the first time since they have been controlling the world for hundreds of years.
It's for NATO, but there are other actors that are a little bit more like petulant children, like Spain, that don't want to step up to the plate. But then again, they never do, right? Spain, I mean, they were told last year, you're going to have to contribute like 5% of GDP to NATO. And they're like, are you kidding? They have no interest in it. So we shouldn't be surprised.
So 5%, contribute 5%. U.S. has been, for the longest time doing 98, 99%. We, the taxpayers, this is going to stop.
But then again, why should we be spending hundreds of millions of dollars on those bases if we can't even use them? I mean, literally, we can't even use them. We tried to, we wanted to, and they wouldn't. And France, think about France not even allowing us use of their airspace. France is going to have to come around too. I think Spain, however, is rolling the dice in a bigger way than it should. Listen to the president again.
Is it your anticipation, Mr. President, that other countries will assist in this effort to blockade Iran and those?
Yeah, other countries are going to also. We don't need other countries, frankly, but they've offered the services. We'll let it be known probably tomorrow.
Has the blockade started, sir?
Yeah, started 10 o'clock.
It started all right. It's going pretty well. All right. Iran's not getting anything through. We've actually seen a number of, I think the number is, I'll get this for you, it's around 34 ships that just went through over the weekend. They're getting through. And the president's saying, hey, we're going to announce who is joining this coalition tomorrow. I can tell you, my source is telling me, and again, my on-the-ground reporting indicating that Spain is not going to be one of them. They've actually become the most resistant NATO member. And as a result of this, we're looking at closing a couple of bases, Rota and Moron. Okay, so these are the two big bases. We've talked about these a little bit on the show before. I spent some time over the weekend, as I said, in Spain, and I can tell you, I mean, here's just, you're looking out here at the Mediterranean. If you're watching this video right now, you can see this is the Mediterranean.
All right. So what is Spain said? And they have said this for several weeks now. White House tells Spain U.S. military does not need your help. It does not need you, right, at all, really. And that's what we're going to see going forward. In fact, to the point where, hey, let's stop sending hundreds of $millions to this POS country that doesn't want to help us. The U.S. does not need help from Spain or anyone else after the government of Socialist Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez closed off Spanish airspace to U.S. aircraft involved in Operation Epic Fury. Epic Fury. So you heard, and you know by this point, that the U.S. does not need the Middle Eastern oil at all. In fact, we're the exporters of the world now. And so why are we doing this? Really to squeeze out the City of London and the evil ones that are controlling finances and so forth, and this is going to squeeze them out of existence. But these guys are trying to play games where they think they're going to influence us and manipulate us into going, oh, we're wrong, we're sorry, we're not going to use your base because we shouldn't be doing this, and we're just going to stop the bombing and open the Strait of Hormuz up so that they can build their nuclear bomb, and threaten everybody. All you European idiots, right, will be under their control. And that's what the deep state wants, the Pilgrim Society. United States military is meeting or surpassing all of its goals under Operation Epic Fury and does not need help from Spain or anyone else. On Monday, Spanish government officials confirmed it closed off its airspace to U.S. aircraft. These clowns need the Middle East oil. They need it. And I think it's very apropos that President Trump is cutting it off from them, right? Because there's no way they have enough reserves. And they're probably going to have to limp their ships, their cargo ships, their tankers over to across the Atlantic into the Gulf of America, and get some of that sweet West Texas WTI, West Texas Intermediate oil, right? On Monday, Spanish government officials confirmed it closed off airspace involving the ongoing military operations against Iran's Islamic regime, barring U.S. planes from utilizing the Spanish bases in Rota, Cadiz, and Morón de la Frontera, all right, Seville, while at the same time prohibiting U.S. aircraft stationed in third countries from passing through Spanish airspace. All right. So if I were to go any, meeny, miny, mo, I would say Spain, you're going to lose your bases, all right? Because obviously there's no reason for us to be there, guys. And imagine all that money we'll save by closing those bases down. Yeah, we probably pumped billions of dollars into those bases. I've flown into the bases in Spain. They're awesome. People are awesome. Food's awesome. The beaches are awesome. But, there's other beaches, right? And there's other awesome places. So obviously Spain is no mas, right? No mas. So let's get out of there. Let's get out of there. Let's get out of there now. And the sooner the better. All right. So who else? Italy has barred the U.S. of its air bases by U.S. military aircraft involved in operations against Iran, requiring prior authorization for such actions. Again, these are air bases that we have built over time. Sigonella in Sicily. They won't let us use that base. Major base that's Italy is like a hop, skip, and a jump. Really just a hop over to the Middle East to carry out missions. That would save a lot of fuel, wouldn't it? And it would save a lot of time that the pilots have to be, flying those aircraft so they get some more crew rest, because they got to get their crew rest. Boy, those spoiled pilots. I remember being in Panama during the Panama invasion. We're sleeping under lights on 24/7 in this big hangar and on cots next to each other. Boy, it was tough to get some sleep. And they had like a blackout, quiet, had air conditioning. We were like in a hot, jungle, but the pilots had to get their crew rest. So, God love them. They're great. Love the pilots. So I'm not going to beat them up too much, but I could tell you stories of how they've kind of screwed us over on some stuff because they had to get their crew rest, right? Real world stuff where they thought it was just a training event. So we're going to shut down. We're going to do crew rest. It was like, and then they didn't even get spanked. They just got talked to. It's like, geez, if we'd done something like that, we'd have been hammered, right? So pretty funny, kind of and kind of not. But anyway, those pilots, it would save them a lot of time in the air. Because again, they need their crew rest, and they got to get it. Really, I mean, they're flying, $100 million aircraft or more. Some of them are flying $500 million aircraft with all the technology that's on it, and they have a lot of people depend on them. So yeah, let's give them their crew rest, right? So Italy is gone bad, right? Italy, we need to pull our bases out of Italy too, guys. All right. So Donald Trump hits Meloni with Iran nuclear warning. Blow Italy up in minutes, he says. Donald Trump has issued a stark reply to Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni over Iran's nuclear capabilities after she criticized his comments about Pope Leo. You don't criticize the master, right? 5D chess, you're losing. You're going to lose bad. Donald Trump has hit back after he was criticized for attacking Pope Leo. Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of Italy, described Trump's tirade against the Pope as unacceptable. Now the U.S. president has said it is she who is unacceptable. All right. And an interview with, I'm not even going to try Sierra, Trump also said he was shocked by the Italian Prime Minister comments. He went on to issue a stark warning over Iran's nuclear capabilities. says it is she. There we go. Advertisement. So now I just moved. It is she who is unacceptable because she doesn't care if Iran has a nuclear weapon and would blow up Italy in 2 minutes if it had the chance, he said. Trump greets Meloni at the White House in April 2025. And then he talked about how she is no longer the same person. And Italy will not be the same country. What's the code in that one? No longer the same person? You mean she was replaced or something? And Italy will not be the same country. Is it going to be transformed from a deep state puppet to something else? We'll see. Trump added that he had not had contact with Meloni for a long time. Trump and Meloni have previously been close political allies. So maybe she was replaced. Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy, the president wrote in his Truth Social post about the Pope, adding, I don't want a Pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I agree. What kind of Pope is that? A compromised one. Trump refused to apologize to Pope Leo on Monday and sought to explain away a now deleted social media post depicting himself as Jesus by saying he had thought the image was of him as a doctor. Right? Let's look at that. I think it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool looking. It's funny and it's kind of cool actually because he's helping a military. Looks like maybe this military guy is passing over, and President Trump is there for him, and there he goes up into the heavens, and then everybody's like, oh. So he thought he was a healer here, or at least that's his words. But President Trump he pushes buttons. He pushes buttons, guys. We know that, right? So don't get all butthurt if he's pushing a button that you don't agree with. Is part of a process, part of a bigger process of taking down a very, very evil and corrupt system. All right. So now let's look at the political realm. If we haven't looked at it enough overseas, let's look at it here in America, right? In America, we're seeing basically, I believe, the start, which will begin to accelerate the collapse of the deep state politicians, right? A federal judge has officially approved a class action lawsuit against Nancy Pelosi. Over 500 J6 patriots are now united, sounds like class action lawsuit, seeking $350 million in damages for what they claim was a coordinated setup. According to the lawsuit, Pelosi orchestrated the entire event, luring peaceful protesters into the Capitol, then labeling them violent insurrectionists to push a narrative. If she's found guilty or liable, it could bankrupt her, right? How many millions? I think she's got about that many millions. So why not? Let's go ahead and bankrupt her. She stole that money from us anyway. This is no longer conspiracy theory. This is exposure. Isn't that interesting? She stole that money from us and we may get it back. Wow. This is the unraveling. Stay tuned. The storm is far from over. Now, I've been seeing a lot of these posts. We're just getting started here. Holy crap. Judge James Boasberg just got slapped down by the U.S. Appeals Court. Boasberg is hereby banned from trying to hold Trump officials in contempt after they deported illegal aliens under the Alien Enemies Act. He lost. All right, so going on to Fauci, the FBI has reportedly quietly executed a search warrant of the home of Dr. Anthony Fauci, as well as several. All right, watch this illegal alien. This was put out by President Trump. An illegal alien criminal from Haiti who was released into our country by the worst president in history, of course, Crooked Joe Biden, and the radical Democrats in Congress at a gas station in Florida. The video of her brutal slaying is one of the most vicious things you will ever see. This animal was allowed to stay here because the Biden administration granted him and all Haitians temporary protective status. So basically, these guys aren't voting. Professor David Clements was on my show yesterday. I highly recommend you watch that. He talked about the money issue as well, how this is all about money. And he also said that these illegal aliens aren't voting. When they come in, they get their information and they do mail-in ballots with their information. So this is how they're controlling, America. So that's why they want these illegal aliens that are violent criminals to stay, because they want that vote. All right. Now watch this. This is pretty horrific, or maybe not. Maybe you don't. Maybe you want to just turn away at this point. All right. That's a hammer he just used on her. And now watch. So you see, he's in his hand is a hammer. Right. So this is what we have here. Now, my take on this is, what the absolute F. Mama Bears, it's time to get fired up. Grassroots firestorm time. Let's go. Because we know the Mama Bears make this happen. All right. So very frustrating. We've been talking about this for a long time. From the beginning, you can see basically when President Trump was in office, the number of people coming across the border was almost zero. And then when Biden came in, it blew up. It went to the moon, right? Very, very tragic time for America. And there's still a lot of work to get those people out of our country, right? And we have to check the voting rolls, guys. Have to be completely gone over. And that's because they've taken these illegal aliens and put them in the voter rolls, right? They don't even need and won't, for the most part, even show up for voting. They'll use the illegal ballots, right? And or mail-in ballots, or once the voting's done, they'll use the Dominion electronic voting machines, and they'll assert them that way, right? So Professor David Clements was talking about that in our show yesterday as well. It happened in Texas, and I think in North Carolina, and I think one other state, where they've already found that they came in and manipulated the voting, right? So it's happening, still happening, even in the the pre-election stuff, right? So where we figure out who is eligible to advance. They have the evidence again, just like they have the evidence for the 2020 election still, and even 2024 election still in a lot of states. I think California elected a lot of congressional leaders, Republican, and like the next day, they had won, and then the next day they're like, oh look, we found all these mail-in ballots, probably filled with illegal alien, registrations, and they overwhelmed those Republican votes, just like they did with President Trump when we all went to bed in 2020, him basically having won, and then we woke up and he was losing in multiple states, right? What's that, Trace?
They said the children were nestled all snug in their beds.
The children were nestled all snug in their beds. And it wasn't Santa Claus that came down. It was like the Grinch, right? And stole it all, right? Very, very tragic. Now, let's go into Swalwell. Been talking about him for a long time. He was on the intelligence committee, and they found him having had an affair with a Chinese spy, Fang Fang, and nothing ever happened. Democrats are so evil and corrupt. It's unbelievable. So they knew that he was doing bad stuff. And now we're seeing, I think that when they find out that, well, they've already found out that he's done some very horrific things with women. And this is after he was like, all high on a pedestal, like, saying that women need to be protected. And here he is, one of the worst ones, if not the worst. I don't know. We'll see going forward. So I think because what they're passing is, and let me pull this up so you guys can see. So all of this stuff will make more sense why you're going to probably see a lot of people resigning going forward. All right. So it just kind of came to me as like, why would he resign? It doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't he, like they normally do, just fight all the way to the end till it's obvious that he committed the crimes? The U.S. Congress is considering the Congressional Pension Accountability Act, which would eliminate pension benefits for members of Congress expelled due to misconduct. The legislation aims to ensure that those expelled, I think that they should go back in time. All right. So these two knuckleheads that are getting out, that are like bailing right now, if they find out that they had committed these crimes while they're in office, they should get their pensions cut. What do you guys think? Yeah, I know. Yeah, we all think that they should get them cut, right? It should be retroactive. Or Tracy's like something else. Yeah, I agree with Tracy, or something else. I don't know. What would be something else?
They can't reproduce.
Snip, snip, Tracy says. Right, so there you go. All right, Mama Bears, let's go. All right, so oh my God, this will have you choking up. This is not good. So let's listen to this one.
She's speaking now in California, Beverly Hills. Let's watch.
In 2018, while I was living and working as a model in Beverly Hills, and I also owned a fashion software company, I had contact with Eric Swalwell on 3 separate occasions after meeting him socially. He offered me connections to further my software company. And I also had an interest in local politics. He invited me to 2 public events. I knew he was married at the time and that his wife was pregnant. He was my friend. On the 3rd occasion, I believe he drugged my drink. I only had 1 glass of wine. We were supposed to go to a political event, and he said he needed to get paperwork from his hotel room. When I arrived at his hotel room, I was already incapacitated, and I couldn't move my arms or my body.
All right, so this is very sad. When I was security manager in casinos, a couple of casinos here in Lake Tahoe, we had, I remember this had happened on several occasions, but one in particular really stands out in my mind, where we saw this one guy. So we would help people, men and women, that were obviously very intoxicated. We'd help them. Security would escort them to their rooms, or get them a cab or something like that. That's part of what we did. Of course, the whole time we have security cameras on the whole situation. So we were informed that there was some suspicious activity in one of the bars, and so we security went there. I went there as well, because when we would get a notification like that from our eyes in the sky, the guys that are basically monitoring the whole casino, which is really good. That's one of the reasons why you want to go to a casino. We would recover stolen items and all kinds of crazy stuff. So the guys that are on the surveillance do a really good job in the casino. So hats off to them. But they called and they said there was something suspicious, and that keyed me up. So I went immediately to this bar, and I saw this guy escorting this woman out that was obviously very intoxicated, and her friends were like following, and they were kind of, seemed like they were, at first when I saw them, it's like, okay, they're all escorting her out, and so we're like watching the situation. And then one of her friends finally came up to one of us and said, that's not her boyfriend. He was taking her to his room. And we're like, hey, and then we intervene. It's not a crime. We couldn't prove that he'd Mickey'd her drink, but at least we got her away from him and got her to her friends, and her friends got her out of there. But this happens, guys, a lot. And for this guy, this political jackass that did this, it should, like my wife Tracy said, snip, snip, right? Snip, snip. All right. So now we've got incredible, problems in the political realm. I'm bringing up Virginia Abigail Spanberger as one that's a massive problem in the political realm. She's the governor of Virginia, and she's going back on all the stuff that she said she would never do. One of the things that she just signed into law was a bill to circumvent the Electoral College and have Virginia become a member of a compact between states that are looking to give their Electoral College votes to the presidential candidate that wins the popular vote instead of the candidate that voters from the state choose. Now, this is the enemy within, guys. Abigail Spanberger is the enemy within, and she's in the seat of the governorship of Virginia, right? Most Virginians are in an outrage about this, and she's done several other things. They are talking about redistricting Virginia. That would be very much like California. There would be no more Republicans or GOP. All right, they're just going to push them all out. So there's a big outrage about that. It is the worst of any state at this point, and I think that we're seeing the states that are real problems, and I think there will be, instead of like President Trump doing an executive order that goes into each state, I think it will just be specific states where the military will have to go in and take charge, guys. All right. So Virginia was probably going to be one of those at this point. New York, Illinois, the left coast. All right. All those states. So we're not going to see every state, of course. We have states that do the right thing, constitutional law and good, stuff. Utah's another problem. Hawaii's another problem. Their governors, pretty much in Utah, I don't think the governor was even elected, right? So there's, and in Hawaii, he assumed office before the votes were even counted, right? So there's real problems in our states. The military will absolutely have to go into some of these states, just like we saw during the Civil War, where Abraham Lincoln, with the writ of habeas corpus, he had to suspend it because there were states that were violating it, and like David talked about yesterday with me, it's one of those things that President Lincoln said, well, all the states are totally illegal and everything they're doing, in regards to slavery and all kind of other stuff. I have to go this route to like overwhelm them. So this is what we're seeing with Trump, I think, and a lot of these things where some people are saying he's outside of his bounds and all kind of crazy stuff. He's going to have to go outside of his bounds, right? Outside of the normal bounds to take down this extreme illegal activity that's going on in America. that woman that's in the governorship in Virginia, she is wicked. She's a wicked witch beyond belief, guys. All right. So this is something that is overcoming the U.S. Constitution, states' rights, and so forth. There will be some kind of pushback, I think, by the military. So we'll see how this goes going forward. David Clement said also that we're going to military tribunals. He thought that we're very close. And if you saw all those people that I just brought up, all those political people, boy, it seems like it's really starting to get hot out there, doesn't it? Right? And David Clement said, once Trump gets control of the monetary, like we're seeing right now with the Pilgrim Society, the City of London, and of course the city, the Vatican City, and then the Washington D.C. Right? He's got control of Washington D.C. And now he's pushing back on those other two city states. Right? He wants to take them down, and he's going to. Right? We're moving that direction, and so all of these. Once Montana signs on, Alberta will provide as well. That's good. Yeah. Montana right there with Alberta. God, that would be so good. So good. I hope that happens. And then Saskatchewan will probably be next. And we'll probably see some other ones. I hope the Victoria, I think that's on the left coast, which is kind of leftist. I hope they go too. And to the good side, but there's a lot of liberals there, so I don't know. But that's a very, very beautiful area. I like all of Canada, right? So hopefully we'll see that. And Trump has teased that, Canada is part of the U.S. already. So maybe there's some kind of legal action that's going to happen. Who knows? We'll see. Again, it's the money. System is under control, and the use of money to buy and control people and so forth. We're going to see it, go the other way. Now, the money system also was part of, Epstein and P. Diddy and all these other criminals that were doing, manipulating people, children, women, whatever, men as well, and using them for dirt on, politicians and business leaders and so forth, and then using that against them. We're flipping that against them now, right? So that's what you just saw with Swalwell and Gonzalez. We're going to see a lot more. We're going to see a lot more because Epstein files, once they got released, once the Democrats demanded they get released, it's like, okay, you want them released? Okay, now it's going to get used against you, all right? It's perfect. It's perfect. All right. So Swalwell, Gonzalez announced resignations in wake of allegations, shaking up Congress. So it's not like it's, we get Swalwell's gone, so now we have an extra, Republican. No, we got Gonzalez, who's a corrupt, GOP guy. He's gone too. So this is just to show everybody it's not about a political party. It's about politics in general, right? The uniparty. It's all got to go, all of it, right? And we've been talking about that for a while too. I think that the whole political system is corrupt to a great extent. There's a few people in there that are not, but they're few and far between. All right, shaking up Congress. So here's that woman that you just saw. She's basically blowing it open. And I think her name is Lana Drewis. Emotional statement, Tuesday, Beverly Hills news conference. Aligned, Eric Swalwell drugged her drink, choked, and raped her. So it goes deeper, right? So if you want to watch that video, she talks about how she was choked unconscious, I think, and then raped. So I guess he pushed the effects of the whatever intoxicant that he put on her, and that basically made it go to her brain. I don't know how that stuff works, but that maybe that's how they get it to activate even deeper. And so then now she's passed out, and he has her way with her. And there's many others. There's another 3 that have come forward, and they're in another conference call that I saw as well. So Yeah, they should clip him, right? And sorry about the wife that's married to him, and I guess he's got children too. Jeez, that's wow. All right, so California, they're already talking about it. California holds special election in August to replace Swalwell. Boy, they didn't waste any time on that one, did they? Right? They want to get their puppet in there as fast as they can. All right, so I don't know. Maybe they shouldn't be replaced. So this is Dr. Steve Turley. He's in agreement with me, and I'm in agreement with him that this is just the beginning.
He was on the House Intelligence Committee. He was one of the loudest, most sanctimonious voices in the Democrat Party, calling for accountability from everyone else. And this week, it all came crashing down.
This is so typical of the Democrat Party, calling racism, calling Nazism on the political right when they are the ones that are the most egregious. And this is pretty much, the way communist takeovers happen. They just use, what they do, and they dime out the other side and scream and yell when they're the ones that are doing it.
Repulsive Eric Swalwell is officially gone, resigned from the United States Congress in total disgrace. But as it turns out, to the horror of congressional Democrats, Swalwell is just the beginning. Because what's been quietly building behind the scenes is a scandal wave so large, so wide, that it's even now threatening to reshape the entire House of Representatives. He was committing.
What are the chances that 3 or 4 women independently who never met each other would have similar experiences with one person? So either Ari.
So this is high and mighty right here. What are the chances that 3 or 4 women? So what are the chances that 3 or 4 women would, come out against you, Swalwell? Well, they're here.
This person committed these horrific acts, or he is the single unluckiest person in the world for these people to conspire and make up lies against him. But it's a very hard case to make, the more allegations that come in.
And even the counter example.
216. I was the 216th person to sign the Epstein petition to release all of the files and finally bring justice for these victims. So we're just 2 away. 2 more members sign it, and we are on our road to justice. I was proud to do it as a former prosecutor, as somebody who has spent my time in Congress working to stand up for the rights of victims. And now I'm calling on my Republican colleagues. It's not about red tape.
Yeah, so look at this high and mighty POS, right? After he drugged that poor woman. Unbelievable, guys. And there's 3 more. Who knows how many total there are? I would say there's probably a significant amount. This clown town should have his license revoked, right? He should not be able to drive around. And who's going to drive him around once he gets revoked? Probably it won't get revoked because California's corrupt. California's corrupt. They allowed this to happen for years and years.
To go into our communities in a way that no other law enforcement agency does, masked, and as I said, as a terrorizing bandit that women are afraid of, then the governor should revoke your driver license and really go on offense and restrict your ability to harm people.
So there you have it. It looks like Swalwell will himself be having to call Uber from now on, given that his.
Yeah, what do you guys think? Is that going to happen? Think California's going to do that? I don't know. I don't think so. All right. California is not the state you want to be, like the Beverly Hillbillies, right? California is a place you ought to be. So they loaded up the truck and they moved to Beverly Hills, that is, swimming pools and movie stars. All right. So no more. No mas. Everybody's leaving California now. Well, not everybody. Some of you are staying there. God help you, right? God help you. And so this is one of the things that we're trying to overcome, this corruption. It is an extremely corrupt state. It's so corrupt that they're exposing the fraud, and the lawmakers want to pass a bill that no one can come in and expose them for doing fraud. Literally, they're trying to pass that bill. Unbelievable, right? So God help you guys in California. God, you're going to need it. All right, so here is, I'm going to show you guys real quick what's going on with this beautiful silver price, right? So silver futures are rocking and rolling again. Right now you see silver is at 79.63. Right. So I think it's gonna push up into 80 very soon, maybe this week, 80, 85. We will see. All right, Bitcoin is dancing higher. All of the Magnificent Seven, except for Apple today, up much higher. Meta is like exploding higher because they're coming out with a new AI type of software or something. And NASDAQ was a big winner today. S&P was a big winner, up 2.2. NASDAQ up 1.8, which again is a lot less than what silver's up today. So because silver trading started again, you can't see it, but it was up well over 5% today, right? So, moving in the right direction. You're going to do well if you're in silver. You probably do well if you're still in crypto and the stock market. I've been saying we're going to see an all-time high. Now, on the other side of this, just like we saw in 2008, 2009 Great Recession, we saw housing prices collapsing, and that's what's happening. Rents, housing prices are collapsing. Some places 50% already, and almost everywhere, everything's coming down. Here in Incline Village, where I'm at, I'm watching prices come down. Not coming down fast enough for me, but they're coming down. It's going to happen. If you're in silver, you're going to make a mint in silver, and you're going to be able to take that mint and buy lots of homes, right, with cash, right? So, or maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe you'll put in some other stuff. I don't know. So it's up to you. All right, Schumann resonance a couple nights ago spiked massively. All right, and the next day there were earthquakes, and we felt them here. Right, the house was shaking, and we weren't making it shake. Earthquakes were making it shake. So I called out once I saw the, if you see that flower arrangement that's a little bit old now. So that flower arrangement was going, and I could see the ceiling doing this. And I got up out of my chair and it's like, Tracy, time to get out. And she was like, up. Before I could make it into the living room, she was already up from downstairs, and she was ready to go, and then it stopped. So that was a good thing. But it was pretty significant. We're seeing an uptick. We're seeing earthquake swarms like we saw yesterday in an area of Nevada, and I'm going to show you some of that. We're going to have some of the stuff on that is basically going to, we have to be aware of this stuff. Have to be heads up. I've been predicting this stuff is going to really kick in this year. Hopefully not, but it's better to be aware and ready than just blow it off and think that everything's going to just be fine, right? Schumann resonance, like you see here, that's incredible. So normally it's up around here. It spiked massively on the 13th or the 12th. I think it was the 12th. Yep, it's the 12th. And the next day, the 13th, which is yesterday, that's when we had the rock and roll, right? So definitely something we need to be aware of right now. Now, I'm going to show you a picture. Tracy took this before the earthquake, and we had a big snow here. We're making up for all of the snow that we didn't get. So we're getting, mid-March, because it can happen here. I've seen it, snow here in May. I've seen it snow here in June. But a good thing, we're getting much needed snow. And as you guys can see out the window, there's still a lot of it So look at these icicles that Tracy took a video of. So this is on the second floor. Now all of those ice, I have a picture of it, but I don't have it loaded. But all of those icicles, when it started shaking, they came rocking down, right? And splashed on the. I took a picture of it, but like I said, it's in my phone. I'm not gonna put it up right here. Took too much time, right? We got to keep the show going. Ain't got time for this stuff. So anyway, all that stuff came rocking down, right? All those icicles were on the the deck. So crazy times. You need to be heads up. Like I said, been saying this for all this year, and whether it happens or not remains to be seen. I saw some other videos that were out where these earthquakes happen, which is not too far away from us. This is like east of Reno, and we're west of Reno, and so I don't know, 70, maybe 70, 100 miles at the most away from us. And when we felt that, and it was like it calmed down, I got right on the USGS. It was listed initially at 5.5, and very rare do they up the intensity. I've been in a lot of earthquakes, just like, I've rocked and rolled in many of them, especially when I lived in San Diego for many years. The earthquakes, when they came, I went and saw it, and so I wanted to make sure it wasn't going to start to punch up, right? And they started to slowly go down. There was almost 50 of them. It was quite a swarm, and it was like it was pointing at us. And I think the energy, that's why we got it. And Truckee, which is even further away from us, got it. We're at about 8,000 feet where you see going out of the lake out there. The lake level is around 7. And it was pretty intense. It was a pretty intense shake. One of those shakes that, like I said, I've been in a lot of earthquakes. This was one where it's like, it's time to get out. It's time to get out of the house. Right. And I don't know if I've told you guys, but I saw a vision of this home shaking pretty substantially. Was that it? I don't know, but I hope that was it. But these are going to be times where you need to have a plan. And my plan is to try and get out to the garage and open the garage door before it gets locked from all the shaking and the power going out. And we have lots of stuff up there for survival, water and survival food and all that kind of stuff. So I can just pile it in and just get out, right? Or get it away from, because this house is right alongside, it's on a mountainside, right? 3 levels. I'm sure the posts go deep, but just like I saw yesterday, this thing was shaking pretty good at the top here. So, and that was a long way away. So let's look at what Stefan Burns has to say. He's really on this stuff, and I like to go to him and see what his thoughts are. He thinks we might be moving into a more shaky environment.
Thankfully, it was not bigger. There is a big earthquake swarm that's now occurring as a result. So we see here in the map area, 44 earthquakes, and this is all just in the past 90 minutes, okay? So if you're watching this live stream on replay, we're covering this just within about an hour of this happening. So we had this magnitude 5.7, and then a lot of earthquakes popped off. We see that this 5.7 is the oldest earthquake in this sequence. 3.6 there, 3.3. If we look at the highest magnitude event.
All right, so you see how here is the 5.7 right here, and it just started going in this direction. I'm like, it's coming for us, but it didn't get any bigger. So the 5.7, then it went down in the 3s, and then 2s, and it started getting farther and farther apart. And I'm like, okay, we're good.
It's the 3.6, 3.4, 3.3 for the aftershocks. These are still coming in. Typically, you get an aftershock 1 magnitude less than the main shock for the strongest. So we could be looking at a mid-magnitude 4 earthquake within the next 2 hours.
All right, so you guys see out here, Juan de Fuca, there was another earthquake swarm like a couple days before. So we had this one, and then we had the one in Nevada. Now, what Stefan Burns is saying, if within the next day or so, it would be very concerning if we get a swarm in the Bay, San Francisco Bay, right? So that means we're getting bracketed for something much bigger, probably.
And this specifically is a transform plate boundary where you're having an active creation of oceanic crust here. And now it's not like we don't get these sort of earthquake swarms along these transform boundaries, these mid-ocean ridges, etc. But this one right here is the furthest south that earthquake activity has crept along this Juan de Fuca Pacific Plate boundary right in the zone since the 2020s. So this is the first time we've had earthquake activity in here for the 2020s, this specific zone right there. So that's notable. And you at first glance may think that they are unrelated. And they're not unrelated. At the most basic measure, they're connected together in time. And that may be all that it is, okay? It may just be that we're having a temporal clustering of seismicity for the continental United States and North American zone right here, right now, April 12th, April 13th, 2026. That could be it. But there are some geologic connections here. And you'd be surprised that there are connections between the Juan de Fuca Plate and Nevada. So we'll talk about that more. I'm not saying these are definitively linked in more ways than just temporally, but we will explore that idea. Is we see global seismic activity level. Let me turn myself off again. You see that we had this global seismic burst here to the live data tab. And this takes you to the Earth Analytics page where I have a variety of data feeds from different sources hosted. And so we see Schumann resonances, we see global seismic activity level. Let me turn myself off again. You see that we had this global seismic burst here back at the end of March, going through the very beginning of April. So it lasted about 2 weeks here. No, not even 2 weeks. It lasted about 10 days. And we very well may be going to into another global seismic burst soon because of space weather factors. So one thing that I look at for earthquake forecasting is where is the activity right now? Violet light from the sun gets absorbed into the atmosphere of the Earth. So unless you're in space, you cannot see this. There's different ways of viewing the sun, sunspots and such on the surface, but you can specifically only see these angstrom views from space. Now, because we have these cameras in space, we are able to see more finely detailed structures and layers of the sun. Here we're looking at the solar corona. This is the outermost atmosphere of the sun. Many of you have heard me talk about this many times, so welcome back to class. But for those of you that are new, the sun has different layers. There is an outer layer. This is like the atmosphere of the sun, known as the corona. It's millions of degrees Kelvin. Kelvin is very similar to Celsius. So think millions of degrees Celsius, millions of degrees Fahrenheit, basically, right? Very, very hot. It's made up of plasma, the fourth state of matter. You have solids, liquids, gases, plasma. Well, what's that sequence? Solids are, all contained. The molecular structure is frozen, and there's a slight vibration to it, but not that much. Liquids, all of a sudden, these intermolecular or interatomic bonds, they can break, and now the things can move past each other. Think like water. H2O molecules are now moving past each other, only lightly bonded together via hydrogen bonds. That's special to water, some other compounds that have the dipoles to them. You heat that up some more, they can fly off from each other. Now you have gas molecules, and they basically repel each other, and they have less density and more energy. So you get this natural stratification of basically matter based off of its level of energy that it has. So solids are closer down, then you have liquids, then you have gases, and then you have plasma, because plasma takes a gas and ionizes it so much that it actually splits these molecules apart. So now you have particles flying around. So it's very, very energetic. We're looking at the outermost atmosphere of the sun, the corona, all these plasma particles, basically. Where it shows up black is where there is a deficiency in plasma. So there isn't any corona there. These are known as coronal holes. We see time and time again when there are large coronal holes on the Earth-facing side in the center to geo-effective position. So this zone right here, okay, when they are right there, we often see high magnitude earthquakes. There are a few ideas as to why.
All right. So that coronal hole is coming into Earth-centric relationship. And every time we get this, we usually have an uptick in earthquake activity. So that big coronal hole that's caused earthquakes in the past, so it rotates around, then we get a little break, and it comes back again, and then we get a significant uptick in earthquakes. We're already getting an uptick in earthquakes. So now we're going to get hit with this coronal hole, and there's a very great possibility that the juice from that is really going to make things get funky, right? So just be heads up. We just saw some serious activity here. I've been living on and off in this area for a long time, and I've never seen any earthquakes of that magnitude here. So, like I've said, things are going to start to uptick this year, right? So there's lots of things that are going on to cause that. Consciousness is actually a factor in this. The alignment of the planets, the planetary alignments, are also having a factor with this probable coming uptick in earthquake activity. So, and it's not going to be, I think, focused just in the Pacific Northwest. I think it's going to hit a lot of places throughout the world. So be heads up wherever you're at. I think the earthquake activity, volcanic activity, and unfortunately tsunami activity really gets a big uptick this year and into next year. I think it's going to get even more intense. All right, guys. You know the deal. Stay in love vibration. That gives you the intuition, insights, and so forth that you're going to need to get through earth changes, this collapse of the system. All things are probably going to collapse and go to something much greater. So will it be an easy transition? I don't think so. Right. So, we're looking at the way things have progressed in the past. People that are psychopaths like to hold on to their power, and they don't care who gets affected and how badly they're affected as they try and hold on to that power. We've seen this throughout time, right? Thousands of years. Okay, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So the Iran conflict will heat up, as I predicted, right? So we will see, I believe, at some point, boots on the ground, right? And it's just a matter of timing now. Lots of military transports have been, for the last several days, moving into the Middle East. Probably bombs and missiles and so forth are on those, and very possibly there's lots of military troops that are on those transport planes as well going to get in position. So I don't think they're going to be like, I don't think it's going to happen Monday or next week. We still have a Marine Expeditionary Force that's moving into the area. It should be there sometime by the end of the week or maybe early part of next week. I don't know. It's going to be a matter of time. Now, like I said yesterday in my show, who's the only other person in history that has defeated Iran? And so only one in history. That was Alexander the Great. Now, how did he defeat them? He had superior military prowess that was basically much better than the Persians at the time, although the Persians, had massive armies and so forth. They controlled vast swaths of land. They outnumbered the Greeks on a massive scale. Right now, I think Iran has an army of IDF, not IDF, but IRGC of 1.5 million. And those are just some accounts that I've heard. So I don't think the U.S. has 1 million. I don't know. Maybe we do. But so, it seems to be no odds are against us. But the other thing that, and probably another major factor, the reason why Alexander the Great was successful is because the people of Persia at the time did not like their ruling class, right? Sound familiar? All right, so everything is lining up for this to be the second time in history that Persia is basically defeated their army, right? So we'll see. We'll see. I think there's no other way around it. In fact, I think we're going into a global war against the deep state, right? And as I learned today, the Pilgrim Society. So the Pilgrim, of course, we had the Pilgrims come to America. They were good. And, they did good things. We've talked about them. And they, connected with the Indians and had a good old time, Thanksgiving and all that good stuff. But the English wanted to continue to rule America and have, for the most part, done so to a great extent. Like our military is basically controlled by City of London. Banking system is controlled by the City of London. The media is controlled by City of London. And who is in the Pilgrim Society? Tucker Carlson, and his father was in the Pilgrim Society as well. I'm going to show you a lot of people that are in Pilgrim Society. The Pilgrim Society, basically, which is based in City of London, England, has been controlling a lot of the world for a long time. They control China, they control Iran, they control a lot, guys. All right, so ultimately, that has to be taken down. So that's why I say there will be a global war, right? Because that has to be taken down. City of London has to be taken down. And I don't know how it gets taken down. I don't know if Russia takes it down, right? That if we being the United States aligns with Russia, defeats the Chinese, because we're basically butting heads against the Chinese because the Chinese are trying to get oil through the Middle East, and it's not working out so good for them because President Trump today said we're basically shutting down the everything. No, if we're not going to have a deal with Iran, then nobody is going through the Strait of Hormuz, right? So who is he targeting? He's targeting probably the only ships that have been able to get through, and that's Chinese flagged ships that have paid, so they say, $1 million. But we know that China has given the Iranians upwards of, I think last I heard was 300 or 450,000 missile systems and drones. It's like, how much does America have? Like 7,000. All right, so it's kind of lopsided there. All right, but again, will, just like with Alexander the Great, he had a better, they were more advanced thanks to his father, Philip III. They were the most advanced military in the world at the time. And they had all of the Greeks, which is very rare, combine their armies. Of course, Alexander the Great defeated all of them, so they had to join him. And then he went over and defeated everybody. He defeated everybody. So until they poisoned him in Baghdad, right? Which is interesting because it gets to the point where did the pilgrim stuff come from? It came from Babylon, right? Not far from Baghdad, Iraq. So Babylon, I went to Babylon when I was in that area around 2003, 2004-ish, when I was contract security to protect diplomats and so forth. So I got to travel to Babylon. And of course, not of course, but if you did not know it, Saddam Hussein believed he was the reincarnation of Nebuchadnezzar II, who, after he defeated Cyrus the Great's army on the walls, didn't really defeat them, but they tried to breach the walls, 85 foot thick walls, and they weren't successful. So they were partying, and this scroll started right on the wall, the writings on the wall. So he called on Daniel, the prophet, Israel, the Jewish prophet, to come in and decipher it because none of his guys could do it. So basically, paraphrasing, Daniel said, "You will be destroyed." And they all laughed about that and thought that was really funny. But while that was happening, Cyrus the Great had diverted the Euphrates River so that he could go under the wall, because the Euphrates River, they had like this gate that went deep down into the Euphrates River, so no one could go past those 85 foot or 85 thick walls and the big iron gates that were in the Euphrates. So Cyrus the Great basically diverted the flow of the Euphrates, went under the gated wall, and defeated Babylon. And of course, gave the Jews back and helped them fund the second temple, right? The Solomon's temple. So it had been destroyed by the Babylonians, and the Jews were enslaved. Now this moves into the next phase, where the Silk Road basically was run by, because Nebuchadnezzar had he basically made people pay for money, right? So and that was against the laws of Judaism, and you couldn't, charge for it was usury, so you couldn't charge for money. But Nebuchadnezzar did, and they did it for like 70 years. And then along the Silk Road, they had lots of people that were, making sure they got their fair share. Taxation, the bankers made sure the bankers got money, and then there was a usury fee for borrowing money, which basically enslaved people, right? And it was never supposed to be that way. That was all the way back to Moses' time and so forth in the Bible. It was like a no-no, right? It was like demonic, Luciferian to, charge usury fees. Of course, that's what the banksters have done here in the United States. And we see how they went to England, right? From France to England, and that, City of London started doing the usury fee, and that's what we have now. Federal Reserve, part of the Pilgrim Society, and of course, all the banksters that are part of the Federal Reserve, probably Pilgrim Society guys. So we'll talk about some of this, and like the blue shirt, FO, you Pilgrim Society people, right? So that's where we are. So Pilgrim Society is basically deep state. That is the deep state. And we're going to talk a little bit more detail about that. But that's basically give you an idea where this conversation is going. And at the end, I'll talk about Peter Ticklin, new Attorney General. Peter Ticklin, like I talked about yesterday, went to high school with Trump and went into that military academy and was like his sergeant of arms, and Trump was like the company commander. And so they worked together for a long time.